Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. He had thought he had obtained a considerable amount of wealth when he received 150 crystal stones, but now it seemed that this amount was still not much. Don't look at me, I don't have any crystal stones, Shui Ling also said helplessly. She had lived in the central capital for more than 2 years and had long ago exhausted the crystal stones she had on her. Yun Xian heard their conversation and after hesitating for a moment, clenched her teeth and said, I have a piece of sky cicada jade here. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. I don't have much use for it anyway, so I'll give it to you. Saying so, Yun Xian reached out and took a piece of jade from the universe bag on her waist. Yang Kai's brow tightened as he accepted the piece of jade. Then I'll consider this a loan from you. No need. Yun Xian smiled lightly. Grandmaster Ma wasn't sure who Yang Kai was or what his relationship with Yun Xian was, but seeing her act so warmly towards him, even trying to gift him a valuable material like sky cicada jade, he couldn't help wondering, just what value did this boy from some remote land have that was worth investing in? Grandmaster Ma pondered to himself. When sky cicada jade and ice flame star sand were handed over to Grandmaster Ma, he reined in his wandering thoughts and coughed lightly. You are not a disciple of my bold independent union, so in truth, the cost of repairing this artifact should be 20% higher. As he said so, he glanced over at Yun Xian and smiled slightly. But out of consideration for Yun Girl's face, this old master will only charge you 100 pieces of crystal stone. You at least have that much, right? Thinking that this country boy would be dirt poor, Grandmaster Ma didn't dare ask for too much, lest he embarrass Yun Xian. Thankfully, Yang Kai nodded and freely took out 100 pieces of crystal stone and handed them over. Grandmaster Ma showed a satisfied expression and declared, Good! Come back in 10 days and I'll give you your new artifact. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Then we'll take our leave first. Yun Xian nodded lightly before leading Yang Kai and Shui Ling out. After leaving the artifact hall, Yang Kai asked, How many crystal stones is that sky cicada jade worth? However, Yun Xian just laughed and said nothing while Shui Ling casually pointed up towards the sky. Yang Kai's face immediately became awkward. There was nothing on him of much value he could give Yun Xian as compensation. He was not prepared to expose the myriad drug liquid yet, and the ice flame star sand had all been given to Grandmaster Ma. He had originally planned on splitting the grains with Shui Ling, but now even that wasn't possible. Fortunately, with Shui Ling being the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, she probably wouldn't care about such minor gains and losses. I'll definitely pay you back, Yang Kai reiterated. He did not like owing people favors, especially unfamiliar people. Not to mention Yun Xian showing such a warm attitude towards him was because of Shui Ling's status. Yang Kai knew that with his current identity and strength, there was no reason Yun Xian would gift him such a valuable material just to establish a connection. I told you there's no need, Yun Xian pursed her lips and smiled before shaking her head. Fine, fine. Do as you like. Let's go back for now. There's still something I'd like to buy first, Yang Kai said. Oh? What do you want to buy? Just tell me and I'll lead you to an appropriate shop. Yun Xian stared at him with interest. Some spirit herbs. What do you want to buy herbs for? Yun Xian asked, her beautiful eyes suddenly flashing a brilliant light. Are you an alchemist? Yang Kai shook his head. I have some interest in alchemy, so I thought I'd try my hand at it. You do? Shui Ling was also dumbfounded. The time she had spent with Yang Kai wasn't short, but she had never once seen him show any interest in pill refining. She knew that Yang Kai had a very close relationship with his little senior sister Xianxia, and that the latter had astonishing talent in the alchemic Tao, but she never thought Yang Kai would have an interest in alchemy as well. Shui Ling couldn't help feeling somewhat confused. I just want to try it casually, Yang Kai replied. In any case, he currently was idle. Grandmaster Ma had said it would be 10 days before he could retrieve his bone shield, so Yang Kai was just looking for something to pass the time. On top of that, he was sincere when he said he was interested in alchemy. It was just that he had never had an opportunity to practice it. Before reaching the immortal Ascension boundary, one should not practice alchemy. That was the teaching of Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peaks Xiao Fu Sheng. Yang Kai has already broke through to the immortal Ascension boundary some time ago, so he had obviously met this condition. Yang Kai previously had never needed to worry about pills for his cultivation as little senior sister had constantly provided them to him. But now he was alone in the Tongxian realm and had no idea where Treasurer Meng, Su Yan, or Xianxia was, so he had to make plans for his future. Besides, having such a skill would be better than nothing. I don't understand you. Shui Ling shook her head. Then come with me. I'll take you to a medicine herb shop. What kind do you want? The lower the grade, the better. Yang Kai replied. Yun Xian was stunned. The lower the better? Have you never performed alchemy before? Only some apprentices who had yet to enter the alchemic way would choose the lower grade of herbs to practice. He's never even tried before. Shui Ling smiled. Seems you really are just trying casually? Yun Xian smiled, showing no intention of trying to stop him, leading Yang Kai and Shui Ling to another part of the city. The further they walked from downtown, the lower the grade of resources were being sold. Even the realms of the surrounding cultivators was lower than before. Yang Kai knew that this region of bold independent cities was where the lowest level cultivators came to shop. Not long after, the group of 3 came to a medicine shop that was filled with a variety of low-grade materials. There were many alchemy and artifact refiner apprentices looking about for materials to practice with here. Although the material grades were low, the prices were also cheap. However, because many novices would purchase large quantities of these practice materials, business was actually good. Under the guidance of Yun Xian, Yang Kai purchased a large number of low-grade herbs with his remaining 50 crystal stones and left with satisfied look on his face. Back at Yun Xian's team's house, Yang Kai entered his room, closed the door, set up a simple barrier, and began his journey into the alchemic way. About the mysteries and theory of the alchemic way, Yang Kai already had a deep understanding. Over the years he had constantly been studying the true alchemic way, which gave him a very broad range of knowledge about alchemy, even more so than Xianxia. With regards to the construction of various spirit arrays, the selection of herbs, the mastery of fire, and the experiences of various alchemy grandmasters, no one could match him. What Yang Kai lacked now was only practical experience. Moreover, the attributes of his true qi and spiritual energy were also quite suitable for alchemy. His extremely pure true Yang Yuan qi was perfectly suited for smelting and refining herbs. Could be said that when it came to performing alchemy, Yang Kai's basic attributes were superb. Although he wouldn't be able to compare with Xianxia's sacred spirit medicine body, his starting point was at least much better than other alchemists. Pouring out the pile of low-grade herbs he had purchased, Yang Kai next summoned the little incense burner from the black book space. This incense burner was the treasure that had appeared when he had unlocked the 3rd page of the black book, and after he began studying the true alchemic way, Yang Kai realized that it was not just a simple incense burner. It was also a pill stove that could be used to perform alchemy. The incense burner and the true alchemic way were meant to complement each other. But without the accident that occurred in Medicine King's Valley, where the true alchemic way contained inside the pill saint's portrait was forcibly transferred to his soul, Yang Kai might have missed the opportunity to enter the alchemic way. The original owner of the Black Book seemed to have no intention of letting his successor study alchemic way, or at least had not meant to give him the true alchemic way. However, it seems the heavens had other plans. Placing the small incense burner in front of himself, Yang Kai began injecting his true qi into it following a preset path. Soon, luminescent lines began appearing on the incense burner's surface, and it expanded to the size of a small water basin. Yang Kai took his hands back and nodded with satisfaction. The size of a pill furnace, to a certain extent, was a visual representation of the skill of an alchemist. Generally, the larger the pill furnace they required, the worse the alchemist's skill was, because while performing alchemy, an alchemist would need to use their own true qi to portray different spirit arrays inside the furnace and use these spirit arrays to enhance the refinement and purification of medicine herbs and fuse the resulting medicinal liquid into a solid pill. If an alchemist possessed enough skill, no matter how small the pill furnace they used was, they could accurately portray and utilize these spirit arrays. The current water basin-sized pill furnace was suitable for Yang Kai to practice with. With such a large pill furnace, the tolerance for inaccuracy in his portrayal of the various spirit arrays would be slightly higher, while the additional true qi he would need to consume in order to do so was not an issue. Recalling the recipe for one of the simplest pills, Xianxia found the corresponding herbs from his pile of ingredients and placed them by his side. Turning to the furnace again, he formed a series of hand seals and then began pouring his true qi into it. Soon, a simple spirit array was formed inside the pill furnace. Because he was practicing, Xianxia chose a spirit array that would increase the chance of successfully refining a pill. This spirit array was amongst the most basic he knew and was not too difficult to compose. With his current true qi manipulation abilities, Xianxia could relatively easily control the shape and stability of this spirit array. Inspected the spirit array inside the pill furnace, Xianxia was extremely satisfied. Orderly placing the spirit herbs into the pill furnace, Xianxia then began pouring his true qi into it, using his true yang yuan qi to refine these herbs and extract their medicinal essence. While he completed this process, the myriad of valuable experiences of various alchemy grandmasters he had read in the True Alchemic Way appeared in Xianxia's mind, allowing him to compare them to his current process. These alchemy grandmasters also were ignorant of the alchemic way and its profound mysteries. But through their own efforts, they step by step rose to the peak of world and gained the respect of their peers. Xianxia proceeded cautiously, because the amount of true qi he injected into the furnace would have a direct impact on the refinement of the spirit herb's medicinal properties. If he poured in too much true qi, he would burn the herbs, but if he put in too little, he would fail to completely refine them and would be unable to form a pill. Alchemy was a profession that required one to have strict control over their own true qi. As the spirit herbs were refined into medicinal essence under the influence of Xianxia's true qi, they began merging together and undergoing miraculous changes. However, just as Xianxia was about to succeed in this refinement, a puff of black smoke suddenly appeared from the pill furnace, and a burnt smell quickly filled the room. Xianxia immediately stopped injecting his true qi and wrinkled his brow. He knew that this time's alchemy was a complete failure. It seemed like he had injected too much of his true qi into the furnace and had burnt down all the herbs inside. Taking out the burst waste material from the pill furnace, Xianxia didn't rush to start again but instead sat there calmly, began mentally reviewing everything about the process he had just experienced, trying to confirm what he did correctly and what he did wrong. It was quite some time before Xianxia began his second attempt. Due to his previous failure, the spirit array Xianxia had drawn on the inside of the pill furnace had also been destroyed, so he first had to redraw it. Meticulously using his true qi, he once again engraved the pill furnace with his desired spirit array. However, this time he did not succeed so easily. Due to a slight bit of carelessness, one of the true qi lines Xianxia drew when portraying the spirit array was distorted, causing the half-completed spirit array to burst. Inside the pill furnace, a burst of chaotic energy quickly erupted and blasted out like a wild bucking horse. Xianxia suddenly felt a throbbing headache, quickly realized that understanding the theory behind alchemy and actually using it were completely different matters. Having understood this point, Xianxia also realized just how envious little senior sister's aptitude was. With her sacred spirit medicine body, she was naturally talented in all things related to alchemy. Any amount of herbs she touched could be perfectly refined and combined just by waving her hands. After 3 consecutive failures, Xianxia finally managed to engrave a stable spirit array inside the pill furnace. Because of the nature of these spirit arrays, one needed to dedicate all their attention while portraying it as it had to be done in one complete motion. If there were any mistakes or deficiencies during this process, the spirit array would instantly collapse. This task was quite draining on one's true qi and nerves. Only a complete spirit array with no flaws would be of any use during alchemy. It was easy to say, but when one tried to do it, they would quickly come across a number of difficulties, and becoming impatient or impulse would only compound these problems. Fortunately, Xianxia's will was firm and demeanor resolute. He would not be discouraged by 1 or 2 failures. To him, every failure only added to his experience. When the spirit array stabilized, Xianxia once again placed the herbs into the pill furnace in order and then began pouring his true qi into it. The herbs were quickly refined into medicinal liquids and began blending together. Various medicinal essences emerged and began amalgamating, each one having its own unique properties that when combined led to new effects. This time, Xianxia controlled his true qi even more carefully, but he still ultimately failed. While he was attempting to remove the impurities from the herbs and condense them into pure medicinal liquids, there was a sudden explosion inside his pill furnace, and a familiar burnt smell once again permeated the room. Sitting in the same spot, unmoving, Yang Kai quietly reflected on this latest failure for a while before returning to his senses. Adjusting his mood and returning himself to his peak condition, he started again. Failure, failure. Failing over and over again would normally cause one to feel a sense of helplessness, but Yang Kai maintained his calm, repeatedly dumping the refused materials from his pill furnace, pondering over where he went wrong and then trying again. He knew that every time he failed, he would make some progress. Practice makes perfect. This saying was not just empty talk. Alchemy was not something one could learn or perfect in a single night. Yang Kai was just getting started. The amount of destroyed materials in the room continued to pile up, and the smell of burnt ash grew stronger by the hour. Yet Yang Kai's determination never wavered. Time passed slowly. By now, 80% of the low-grade herbs Yang Kai had purchased for 50 crystal stones had been consumed, but Yang Kai still hadn't produced a single finished pill. He was now in an almost obsessed state, so meticulously focused on the task in front of him he ignored everything else. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai had long ago lost track of how many attempts he had made. However, this time was different from the past. A kind of innate confidence welled up inside him, and his instincts were telling him that this time he would surely succeed. He already couldn't be more familiar with engraving the spirit array into his pill furnace, so it only took Yang Kai 10 breaths to do so. Placing the herbs into the furnace one at a time, he once again began injecting his true qi and refined them up. Pushing his true qi through this raw medicinal liquid, he quickly burned away the impurities and purified the medicinal essences. There were no mistakes made during this entire process. Yang Kai gave off the appearance of a skilled veteran, and the pill gradually began taking shape. Soon, a faint scent began leaking from the pill furnace. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he became even more careful about controlling the output of his true qi during these last crucial moments. A short time later, when all the medicinal liquids had been purified and refined to their limits, Yang Kai suddenly took back all of his true qi. The spirit array inside the pill furnace immediately contracted like a great net, binding all of the medicinal liquids together and condensing them into a round pill. Ding dong! A crisp sound emerged out of the pill furnace. Yang Kai was exhausted and sweating all over, but that did not dampen the joy in his heart. Quickly opening his furnace and removing the finished pill, an attractive, delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose as he stared at the small pill in his hands. After painstakingly refining all of those herbs, all of their medicinal essences had been condensed into this thumbnail-sized pill. Carefully inspecting his word, Yang Kai quickly discovered that the first pill he had ever successfully refined was actually just a low-quality common-grade pill. The materials he had used were all earth-grade materials because no one sold common-grade herbs in the Tongxian realm. If one wanted those, they could just pick them like wildflowers by the roadside. Only earth-grade materials and above had any value. Using earth-grade herbs to refine a common-grade pill was a complete and total waste of materials, but Yang Kai was still extremely satisfied, because this was the first pill he had ever personally refined. Holding this pill, Yang Kai carefully recalled everything he did and felt during the refining process. Yang Kai thought to himself that if he could further extract the medicinal essences from the herbs, remove more of the impurities, and control the heat distribution better, the grade and quality of the pill would rise again. After this first success, Yang Kai deeply realized the profoundness of the alchemic way and gained a much greater appreciation of the mysteries alchemy hid. In order to become a qualified alchemist, having vast knowledge was not enough. Yang Kai also had to accumulate massive amount of practical experience through repeated trial and error. The road leading to this first success had given Yang Kai his first taste of this experience. After a short break, he continued working hard. Time passed by quickly, and soon, 10 days had elapsed. The 50 crystal stones worth of herbs Yang Kai had purchased had now been completely consumed. Just as he was about to exit, Yang Kai heard some light footstep outside his room. From the sound of these footfalls, Yang Kai immediately identified his visitor. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai waved his hand to dispel the barrier surrounding his room and opened the door. In the hallway outside stood Xue Ling, a slightly complex look upon her face. After sniffing the smell wafting from Yang Kai's room, she quickly waved her hand in front of her nose and frowned. "What is that?" In response, Yang Kai could only scratch the back of his head awkwardly. Not far away, Yun Xian and the big bearded man also appeared and walked over. Seemingly knowing that Yang Kai had been practicing alchemy these past few days, the bearded man rushed forward towards Yang Kai and grinned. "Brother Yang, how'd it go? Did you manage to refine any good pills? Quickly show us." "Ji Hong." Yun Xian gave him a harsh glare. Yang Kai had admitted to her that he had never performed alchemy before, and had only bought those herbs in order to casually experiment. Without anyone to guide or teach him, it would be strange if he had managed to refine anything. If alchemy was really so easy to learn, the title alchemist wouldn't be so honorable. From the smell that drifted from his room, and the big pile of burnt waste piled up inside, Yun Xian already knew just what kind of setbacks Yang Kai must have suffered. "Haha, I was just asking." The bearded man laughed casually, apparently not having any malicious intent. Yun Xian shot Yang Kai an apologetic glance and hesitated for a moment before saying, "If you really want to study alchemy, I can get you an apprenticeship with one of the union's masters. If you have someone teaching you, your chances of becoming a qualified alchemist will be much better than if you just experiment on your own." "Thanks, but there's no need. I really just wanted to give it a try." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Yun Xian gently nodded, not pressing the issue any further, simply thinking that Yang Kai was a bit odd. Obviously he was interested in studying alchemy, but he was not willing to be taught, preferring to seclude himself in his room and fumble through things on his own. Yun Xian sighed secretly. If he continued on like this, he would likely never successfully refine a single pill for the rest of his life. However, this was his own private matters, so it wouldn't be appropriate for her to continue inserting herself. "Yang Kai, the people from the temple are here to pick me up," Shui Ling said. "Oh? Congratulations." Yang Kai smiled warmly. I wanted to tell you in person before heading out," Shui Ling continued. A group from Water Spirit Temple had arrived in Bold Independent City a couple days ago, but since Yang Kai was in secluded retreat practicing alchemy, Shui Ling felt it was inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. After all, it was Yang Kai who had brought her back. Now that the time of their parting was at hand, Shui Ling didn't feel too sad and instead was quite relaxed, chatting happily with Yang Kai and the others as they walked outside. Outside Yun Xian's team's house, there was a luxurious carriage drawn by several monster beasts waiting. Beneath the feet of these beasts one could see a small swirling stream of wind. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help showing some admiration. "Young lady." Outside the carriage, a transcendent realm master stood waiting, calling out respectfully upon seeing Shui Ling come out, his expression remaining solemn. Shui Ling nodded lightly to this master before turning to look at Yang Kai once more. "No matter what, I still must thank you. Here, take this blue water jade pendant. If there ever comes a day when you need help, bring this with you to Water Spirit Temple and look for me. Also, I'll do my best to find the whereabouts of your friends. If I obtain any news about them, I'll find a way to inform you." "Thank you." Yang Kai reached out and took blue jade pendant and gave his sincere thanks. Watching this scene, the Transcendent Realm Master couldn't help taking a quick look at Yang Kai, seemingly wondering just what it was about him that caused his sex young lady to pay so much attention to him, even to the point where she had given him her blue water jade pendant. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes also flashed as she glanced suspiciously towards Yang Kai. Although Shui Ling had lived together with them for several days and the two of them had built up some small friendship, Yun Xian has still not yet figured out what the true nature of the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was. "Well then, I'm off." Shui Ling smiled, turned, and walked over to the carriage. From beginning to end, the Transcendent Realm Master remained calm and composed, not sparing Yang Kai or any of the others a second look before taking a seat in the driver's position and injecting his true chi into the carriage. The monster beasts also responded at the same time and bursts of wind erupted from around their hooves, the entire carriage lifting off the ground in the next moment and ascending into the sky. "Worthy of Water Spirit Temple's little princess, her private carriage is really impressive," the bearded man said, an envious light flashing across his eyes. This elegant carriage was actually a special kind of flying artifact, and its grade was definitely not low. Refining such an artifact was neither cheap nor easy, so only forces as powerful as Water Spirit Temple possessed them. After watching Shui Ling leave, Yun Xian smiled and said, "Good. I'll take you to the artifact hall to retrieve your bone shield. Grandmaster Ma should have fixed it by now." Yang Kai smiled happily, greatly looking forward to it. Besides the small sword in his knowledge sea, the bone shield was the only artifact Yang Kai currently had. And in the Tong Xian realm, where masters appeared one after another and crisis loomed around every corner, Yang Kai felt that his bone shield would be able to play an important role. So he had not hesitated to use the precious Ice Flame Star Sand and borrow Yun Xian's Sky Cicada Jade in order to let Grandmaster Ma repair it. With the bone shield, he would gain another layer of protection. Now that 10 days had passed, it was naturally time to retrieve his bone shield. Upon hearing this, the big bearded man and the others all expressed interest in coming along to see just what kind of artifact Yang Kai was having fixed, so Yun Xian could only helplessly let them follow. Arriving at the artifact hall, Yun Xian led Yang Kai back to the innermost room where they found Grandmaster Ma waiting. Upon seeing Yang Kai, Grandmaster Ma didn't say much and simply handed over the bone shield. The patterns and designs on the bone shield had returned to their original appearance, and nothing about it seemed particularly out of the ordinary. But when Yang Kai held it in his hands, he immediately felt that the bone shield was a little different. All of the scars marring the shield's face had been completely repaired, and the bone spurs around its edge had also been reconnected, but it also had a kind of icy chill circulating around it, clearly having taken on some of the characteristics of the Ice Flame Star Sand. The bone shield's grade was now also much higher than before. Yang Kai was incredibly happy. Mysterious grade top rank, unfortunately it couldn't be promoted directly to spirit grade, but it should be enough for you for now. With it, anyone below the transcendent realm won't be able to break through your defense, and even if you have to face a transcendent, you'll be able to put up some resistance, Grandmaster Ma said lightly. Many thanks, Grandmaster Ma. Yang Kai nodded in appreciation. No need for that, this is just business. This time, this old master especially helped you out of consideration for Yun Girl's face. But next time you need this old master to fix an artifact, you won't get off so lightly. Yang Kai gently nodded and Yun Xian smiled and said, "Then we'll be taking our leave." Hearing this, Grandmaster Ma suddenly let out a sigh. "Yun Girl, take care of yourself. There's no need to act so rash." "I know. Thank you for your concern, Grandmaster." Upon leaving the artifact hall, the bearded man and the others rushed over to see Yang Kai's artifacts, and Yang Kai didn't refuse, taking the bone shield out to let them observe it, secretly anticipating seeing the envy in their eyes. Although all of them also had mysterious grade artifacts, most of them were just mysterious grade low rank, so there was still a noticeable gap with his mysterious grade top rank bone shield. Also, the bone shield was an artifact that specialized in defense. Having such a treasure was almost equal to having an extra life, so all the others were quite jealous of Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, I'm afraid we won't be able to continue accompanying you." Yun Xian looked at him slightly apologetically. "The Union has assigned us another mission, so we'll have to leave here soon. If you'd like, you're welcome to continue staying in our house for now, but I can't say for certain when we'll be back." Yang Kai's expression became serious, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I'd like to accompany you." "You want to come with us?" Yun Xian was confused for a second before suddenly smiling. "Do you want to join our bold, independent union?" However, Yang Kai shook his head. "I owe you a favor for that piece of Sky Cicada Jade. If I accompany you out and bump into some kind of opportunity, I'll be able to pay you back. Don't worry. I won't ask for anything regarding your mission's reward." Yun Xian's brow suddenly furrowed slightly, apparently somewhat unease. After all, she was not very familiar with Yang Kai and had been treating him in such a warm manner mainly out of consideration for Shui Ling's face. Now that Shui Ling was gone, though, she didn't need to concern herself with Yang Kai so much anymore. Gifting him that piece of Sky Cicada Jade in order to build a connection with Water Spirit Temple was a price she could afford. But now Yang Kai suddenly saying he wanted to act together with them for their mission put Yun Xian in a difficult position. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivation wasn't low, But Yang Kai seemed quite young, so she had questions about his real combat power. If her team suddenly found themselves in a dangerous situation and he panicked, it would very likely bring trouble to her team and cause unnecessary losses. As a team leader, Yun Xian had to consider such issues. "If you let me come with you, maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised," Yang Kai said when he saw her hesitant expression. "In any case, while we're together, I will follow your commands." Surprised. Yun Xian smiled thinly, hesitating for a moment longer before suddenly nodding. "Good. Since you want to return my favor in this manner, I won't refuse you, but you must remember, during this mission, you must faithfully obey my orders. If because of you any of my team members encounter life-threatening danger, I'll make you pay an appropriate price." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders casually and agreed. He really didn't like the feeling of owing others and had constantly been looking for an opportunity to pay Yun Xuana back for the piece of sky cicada jade she had given him. Only after he did so could he depart from here and begin looking for Su Yan. "Then let's move out." Yun Xian waved her hand. There is no need to prepare anything. The members of the Yun Xian's team were all long-time veterans, so before they had left the house they had already gathered their equipment and supplies. After Yun Xian's team exited Bold Independent City, the bearded man quickly ran up to Yang Kai and pulled his arm, asking curiously, "Brother Yang, what do you mean pleasantly surprised? What kind of surprise will we get to see if you come with us?" Yang Kai already had a profound understanding of this bearded man's persistent shamelessness, so he chose to observe the philosophy that silence was gold. The entire journey, Yang Kai used his abnormally powerful divine sense to investigate their surroundings, hoping to find something of value. Unfortunately, he gained nothing for his efforts. However, from the chatter between Yun Xian's team members, Yang Kai gradually figured out what their mission was. Apparently, a number of unknown monster beasts had appeared in a place called Thousand Leaf Forest, which was roughly 7 or 8 days' travel from Bold Independent City. Many passing cultivators and even disciples of Bold Independent Union had lost their lives to these beasts. Thousand Leaf Forest was incredibly valuable to Bold Independent Union, not only because of the rare herbs that grew in this forest, but also because of the sun tin or vein that lay in the middle of the forest. This sun tin or wasn't a particularly high-grade material, but if artifact refiners smelted and refined it, it had many uses. This accentuated the value of Thousand Leaf Forest to Bold Independent Union. According to those who managed to escape with their lives, the strength of these monster beasts wasn't great. All of them barely 6th order, but their number were quite large. Another team had been sent ahead to investigate the situation, and now Yun Xian's team was being deployed as reinforcements to annihilate the monster beasts. The monster cores from these monster beasts, as well as their various body parts and blood, were all useful alchemy and artifact refining materials. With such a juicy piece of meat being served up to them, how could Bold Independent Union not try to swallow it? The entire trip was quite relaxed, and after 8 days, a vast and boundless forest appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. On the outskirts of the forest, a young man stood waiting, and when Yun Xian's team, or rather Yun Xian, appeared, his face lit up and he warmly greeted her. "Yun Xian, you've finally arrived?" His smile was sincere and there were clear signs of love on his face. He seemingly was quite concerned with Yun Xian, and when he spoke, his gaze never left her for an instant. Yun Xian stared back at this young man in amazement. "Zhuoluo, why are you here? Weren't you out completing a different assignment?" The young man named Zhuoluo smiled and replied without disguise, "I heard that you would be coming here, so I decided to come offer my assistance." Yun Xian couldn't help but frown, her expression immediately becoming a few degrees colder. "What is the current situation?" Xianyu's team has already been here for more than a dozen days and have investigated everything regarding this pack of monster beast. They've concluded that they really aren't that strong, so we've only been waiting for your team's arrival before beginning the cleanup. Zhuoluo politely explained. "Good. Lead the way." Yun Xian nodded lightly. Zhuoluo smiled happily and led Yun Xian's team towards a nearby area. "Fuck! It's this bastard again." The bearded man and many of the others suddenly began grumbling in dissatisfaction, all of their eyes glaring towards the young man named Zhuoluo, their teeth grinding so hard it was audible to Yang Kai, who was standing nearby. "You guys have some kind of grudge?" Yang Kai asked offhandedly. There's no grudge between us, it's just uncomfortable having to see him, Ji Hong muttered. This little brat mouth only spouts crap and his attitude is terrible. Every day all he's thinking about is women. Many of the female disciples in the Union have already been harmed by him, and 6 months ago, he began targeting our team's captain. Of course, Captain never paid any attention to him, but even so, don't judge him by his clean appearance. It's all a facade. He's just a sinister brat who many times has used the excuse of doing missions to try to get close to Captain. Oh. Yang Kai faintly felt he shouldn't delve into the subject any further. To him, the internal struggles of bold independent Union had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't go sticking his nose into other people's business. Ji Hong didn't bother lowering his voice much, so Zhuo Luo obviously heard him. The latter turning around to shoot a glance over at Ji Hong and grinned disdainfully. After about a half a day or so following Zhuo Luo through the forest, Yang Kai suddenly felt the auras of several people waiting up ahead. From a quick estimate, there were at least a dozen or so. Bold independent Union disciples functioned in small teams whenever they went on missions, each team consisting of about 5 to 8 members. For example, Yun Xian's team had a total of 8. Zhuo Luo had brought his team to help, and this Xian Yu, who had apparently been the first sent here to gather intelligence, was also the captain of her own team. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that amongst the cultivators waiting for them, there was also a transcendent. Obviously, bold independent Union was concerned there might be some unforeseen accidents here, so they had deployed a transcendent in order to oversee the operation. With such a master assuming overall command, everyone would feel much more secure. When they finally emerged from the forest and into a clearing, Zhuo Luo waved to the people in front and called out, Yun Xian's team is here. The Transcendent Realm Master, a middle-aged man, gave a light nod in response. Beside this master stood a petite woman with a somewhat arrogant expression on her face. This woman had a full chest, shapely hips, causing Ji Hong and the men in Yun Xian's team to unconsciously sweep their gazes over her, their eyes becoming somewhat bloodshot as their temperatures rose. Yun Xian quickly came forward, politely greeted the Transcendent Realm Master. Uncle Sun, I've kept you waiting. Sunning smiled and shook his head. I just came. Have you been well, little Yun? Everything is fine with me. Thank you in advance for your assistance here, Uncle Sunday. Sunning nodded lightly, hesitantly following up. If you have time, you should go see your father. Uncle Sun. Yun Xian frowned, directly cutting him off. All right, a light. I won't say any more. Sunning sighed helplessly. Seeing this scene play out, Yang Kai realized that this group had various different issues, but he smartly kept his silence and stayed out of it. Yun Xian turned to the other young woman next and nodded. Junior sister Ruan, I trust you've been well since we last met. Ruan Xnu coldly snorted, grumbling back unhappily. If you had come earlier, it would have been better. We've already been waiting here for you for several days. If not for the Union's orders, I'd have insisted that my team complete this mission ourselves and claim all the credit. Yun Xian smiled back faintly. Junior sister must be joking. Since the Union issued such orders, they must have a good reason. Ruan Xinu's pretty face become gloomier, seemingly wanting to rebut Yun Xian's argument when Sunning suddenly clapped his hands and interrupted. Good. That's enough of that. You two girls are both disciples of the Union, yet you always quarrel every time you meet. Do you really have such deep enmity that you can't resolve it peacefully? Even with Sunning stepping in to mediate, Ruan Xinu maintained her cold expression, while Yun Xian wore her pale smile, causing this Transcendent Realm Master no small headache. Oh! Suddenly, Sunning discovered Yang Kai, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. Yun girl, how come your team has one more person today? Is he a new Union disciple? Saying so, Sun Yin quickly gave Yang Kai a once-over with his divine sense, and after seeing his cultivation, he couldn't help nodding lightly, thinking that possessing such strength at such a young age wasn't bad. The only thing that confused him was that Yang Kai wasn't wearing a bold independent Union's disciples' robes. He's not a disciple of the Union, Yun Xian said. This time, even Ruan Xinu and Zhuo Luo's interest was piqued. When bold independent union disciples went out to execute missions, it was simply common sense not to bring outsiders along. So Yun Xian's behavior was quite puzzling to them. He wants to join bold independent union, so this time I brought him out to evaluate his performance in the field. Yun Xian calmly explained, secretly giving Yang Kai a wink. Seeing this, Yang Kai remained silent and played along. So that's it? Sunning nodded. Very good. Then this old master will also take a look at his potential during this mission. However, if he passes, which team should he be assigned to? Your team is already full, Yun Xian. If you don't mind, how about joining my team? Zhuoluo sent out an invitation. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled ever so slightly, somewhat uncertain about how he should answer. Thankfully, Yun Xian quickly stepped in. There's no need to consider such things right now. He might not even meet the union's requirements. Let's focus on completing our task first. Good. Zhuoluo smiled and nodded. Little brother, work hard. I believe that Yun Xian's judgment isn't bad. Don't bring shame to her this time. Ruan Xianyu, on the other hand, just looked Yang Kai over and sneered. Just a dull brat. Yang Kai hadn't said one word the whole time, giving her the mistaken impression that he was a bit slow. Coupled with her grievances with Yun Xian, naturally she found him not pleasing to the eye. Xianyu, your team arrived here earlier and was responsible for investigating the situation. Give us a brief explanation. Sunning had also used his divine sense to explore the surrounding area, but he didn't want to interfere as much as possible, so he pushed Ruan Xianyu to take the lead. Getting down to business, Ruan Xianyu's expression became serious as she began explaining. The situation here is similar to the information obtained from the Union's survivors' testimony. The monster beasts that suddenly appeared here are metal-devouring beasts that mainly consume ores and minerals. Our bold independent Union's sun, tin, or mine has essentially been taken over by them, and they've built a nest inside. There are around 40 to 50 of them in total, the majority of which are 6th order with a few only at the 5th order. So far, no signs of a 7th order have been found. Metal-devouring beasts? Hearing this, Yun Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. Metal-devouring beasts. Everyone here should have heard of this monster beast before and know what they're worth. Zhuoluo suddenly got excited. Of course we know. This is stroke of good luck. If we can grab all of these metal-devouring beasts, it'll be a huge boost to our Union's artifact refiners. As long as we properly rear these monster beasts, we won't have to worry about smelting sun tin or anymore. This will be a huge merit for us. Even Sunning showed a faint smile. Your 3 teams' respective strength isn't weak, so you should have no difficulty handling some 6th order monster beasts as long as you don't let them besiege you. Good. Our goal then is to capture alive these monster beasts, not to kill them. Each of you must take that to heart. If any of them die, it will be a big loss to the Union. Understand? Everyone nodded and suddenly looked motivated, as if these metal-devouring beasts had some kind of great value to them. Only Yang Kai remained confused. Yun Xian, Zhuoluo, Xianyu, each of you send half of your members out to help this old master arrange a barrier to prevent those metal-devouring beasts from running away. It's already getting dark, so once the barrier is up, everyone can rest for the night before we take action tomorrow. Sunning directed. A moment later, half of the bold independent Union disciples went out with Sunning to set up a barrier around the mine. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began restoring himself. The bearded man soon walked over with a sullen expression and sat down opposite Yang Kai, seemingly a bit bored. Yun Xian hadn't brought him along, so he was feeling somewhat disgruntled. Brother Ji, what kind of monster beasts are these metal-devouring beasts? Why did everyone suddenly become excitement when you heard their name? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. On the journey here, Yang Kai had gotten the impression that this group's mission was to exterminate these invasive monster beasts in order to obtain materials and monster cores. Yet, after arriving here, their objectives had suddenly changed to capturing these monster beasts alive. This made Yang Kai wonder why these metal-devouring beasts were more valuable alive than death. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ji Hong's jaw dropped slightly as he stared back at him blankly. Have you never heard of metal-devouring beasts? Yang Kai shook his head. Just what hole did you crawl out of? Ji Hong was thoroughly speechless. staring at Yang Kai as if he was a complete country hick. Haha. Yang Kai laughed somewhat embarrassedly. I really can't understand you. Jihong shook his head and patiently explained. From the name metal-devouring beast, you should be able to figure out their distinguishing trait. These monster beasts don't eat plants or flesh, only minerals. As a result, their physiques are quite special, and after eating a sufficient amount of ore, they'll automatically process it within their bodies, discharging a fully refined product later. You mean they shit metal? Yang Kai's face went black. In the bluntest sense, yes, but that shit has many valuable uses to us. Compared to ores processed by ordinary artifact refiners, the ones refined by metal-devouring beasts have far fewer impurities. As a result, they can be used to refine stronger and higher quality artifacts. You should be able to understand why we are so interested in capturing them instead of killing them, right? And Yang Kai nodded. You want to bring them back to the Union and use them to refine your raw ores and minerals. Exactly, with these metal-devouring beasts, the Union will be able to save a great deal of manpower, allowing the artifact refiners who are freed up to attend to other, more valuable tasks. Jihong said enthusiastically, his face filled with excitement. 40 or 50 metal-devouring beasts is quite a large number. The more our team catches, the better our rewards will be. Maybe this time, if we can snatch all of them up, we'll all be able to become captains and interact with Yun Xian on equal footing. Jihong was incredibly eager to get started, practically overflowing with energy. What is Yun Xian's situation exactly? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Over the time they had been together, Yang Kai had noticed a great deal. He faintly felt that Yun Xian's identity was somewhat different than just common disciple of bold independent union, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Jihong's enthusiasm immediately gave way to awkwardness, hesitating for a while before saying, I don't think it's appropriate for me to discuss Captain's circumstances. If you want to know, you should ask her yourself, but I can't guarantee she'll tell you. Yang Kai gently nodded and let the subject drop. Later in the evening, Sun Ying and the others came back having completed the perimeter barrier. Now everyone was just waiting for the dawn. That night, everyone sat quietly in meditation, adjusting their condition as they looked forward to tomorrow. A fragrant scent suddenly brushed past the tip of Yang Kai's nose, causing him to blink and open his eyes where he saw Yun Xian's graceful figure standing in front of him. The sky was still dark, and from the surrounding blackness it seemed to be the darkest time before dawn. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked. We're about to begin. When we do, make sure you act carefully and follow my instructions. Don't make any mistakes. If you die, I don't know how I'll explain myself to Miss Xue. Understood. Good, yesterday I said you wanted to join Bold Independent Union. But that was just a way to smooth the situation over. Whether you want to join or not after we're done here will be up to you. Yun Xian brushed her hair back gently, revealing a delicate earlobe and cheeks that seemed as ripe as a peach's. Staring off towards the horizon where the first rays of dawn were rising, Yun Xian suddenly asked, How old are you this year? 20. Yang Kai replied casually. A 20-year-old Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage. Heh. Time really does fly. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes suddenly blurred as she stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly recalling some past memories, only returning to normal a while later and smiling. You're still so young, so you definitely can't die. If you die, everything ends. Yang Kai brow furrowed slightly, feeling like Yun Xian's words carried some deeper hidden meaning. But just as he was about to ask, Sun Ying's voice rang out. Get ready to move out. Everyone who wasn't already awake opened their eyes, a look of excitement appearing on their faces. Yun Xian's expression also became serious as she quickly assembled the members of her team. A short time later, everyone was ready to go, and under Sun Ying's leadership, they made their way towards the Sun Tin or mine. Halfway up a small mountain, there was a dark cave. This was the entrance to Bold Independent Union's mineral lode inside Thousand Leaf Forest. Yang Kai perceived some kind of energy fluctuation around this cave entrance and figured it was related to the barrier the members of Bold Independent Union had set up yesterday. Sending out his huge divine sense, Yang Kai quickly began probing the depths of the mountain and soon found the aura of a number of monster beasts. If the information was correct, These were the metal-devouring beasts they were after. Most of them were indeed Sixth Order's monster beast. Open! Sunning shouted, holding up his hand and pouring his true chi into the energy barrier, causing a visible gap to open. After probing the mountain with his divine sense, Xianxia faintly realized that there was more than one barrier erected here. He knew that Sunning had only opened a single barrier last night to prevent their prey from escaping though. Xianxia's brow wrinkled, faintly feeling that something was off. Enter! Sunning waved his hand and walked into the cave, the others following close behind. The mine was quite deep and the path down was a long twisting passage. Along the way, there were traces left behind of something gnawing on the walls, and there were no traces of sun tin or anywhere to be seen. The metal-devouring beasts had obviously cleaned this section out completely. These monster beasts took minerals as food, so once they had finished eating what was available in the surrounding areas, they had apparently moved inwards and were now several kilometers from the entrance, scattered about scavenging for food. This situation was quite convenient for bold independent union as it would allow them to capture them one by one. After walking a short while, a fork in the path appeared. Sunning paused for a moment to inspect the area in front of them before saying, "Yoon girl, your team has the most people, and with your strength you should be able to handle yourselves on your own. Xianxia's team has the least members, so I will follow them. If you encounter any unforeseen accidents, notify me immediately and I'll quickly come to your aid." Yunxian nodded firmly before leading the members of her team and Xianxia into the channel on the left. "Yunxian, be carefully," Shualuo said in a concerned, affectionate tone. Of course, he received no response, Yunxian acting as if she hadn't heard him at all. Xian couldn't help but laugh at this, as she stared at Shualuo scornfully. "Stop wasting your effort. All right, let's get going." Sunning knew that this particular group had a lot of emotional baggage and did not want to give them any more time to bicker, immediately signaling for everyone to continue with their mission. After Yunxian's team had walked a fair distance, Xianxia quickly caught up to Yunxian and whispered, "With Senior Sun leaving the barrier in that place, will there be any problems?" "What kind of problems?" Yunxian stared at him blankly. "This way, without him opening the barrier, although the metal-devouring beasts can't escape, doesn't that mean we can't exit either? We're here to capture those metal-devouring beasts. Why are you worried about being able to exit?" Yunxian frowned and suddenly understood. "Are you afraid there'll be some kind of danger?" Xianxia nodded lightly. Yunxian laughed in spite of trying not to. "You're worried too much. Xianxia's team have already been investigating this place for more than a dozen days, and Uncle Sun also personally checked the situation here. Naturally, they determined there wasn't any danger here, so they decided to erect that barrier. But don't worry, if we really run into trouble we can't solve, Uncle Sun will quickly help us." Listening to these words, Xianxia knew it wasn't a good idea to press the issue, so he simply closed his mouth and nodded. Yunxian looked at him for a moment before whispering, "Being cautious is a good thing, but if you want to be a real man, you have to be bolder, or you'll never accomplish anything significant," because she was worried that if she spoke too loudly, she would disturb the nearby metal-devouring beast. Yunxian not only lowered her voice but also brought her lips close to Xianxia's ear. As her intoxicating fragrance quietly drifted into Xianxia's nose, his face couldn't help going slightly stiff. Noticing her gaffe, Yunxian's face blushed faintly, quickly pulling away and letting out a cough. "Follow behind me. As long as I don't give the order, don't move about arbitrarily." Xianxia secretly smiled, thinking to himself that this young woman really regarded him as a kid. Although it was true he wasn't very old, the amount of worldly experience he had was immense. "Captain!" At that moment, the bearded man suddenly called out. The entire team went silent and stared towards a bend up ahead. From around the corner, a clear sound of chewing could be heard, and a quick sweep with their divine senses clearly told them that they had come across their target. "Only one?" Yunxian smiled. "Our luck is good. Heh heh." Jihong smirked as he rolled up his sleeves, the others also showing looks of excitement. Gathering everyone's attention, Yunxian quickly made a few gestures and the rest of the team soon nodded and spread out. Sensing some subtle energy fluctuations, Xianxia realized that two people were setting up something nearby, probably a trap. Everyone else stood guard to avoid having their movements startle the nearby metal-devouring beast. A short time later, everything had been prepared. Ji Hong glanced over at Yun Xian. Yun Xian nodded. Ji Hong smiled fiercely as he licked his lips, and in the next instant summoned a giant axe into his hand. When this axe appeared, a cold murderous intent and bloody aura leaked out. Ji Hong tightly gripped his axe and leapt out, rushing forward raising a loud war cry. The gnawing sound suddenly stopped and Xianxia clearly felt that the nearby monster beast's aura quickly become dangerous. Ji Hong's provocation had obviously angered the metal-devouring beast. Dong dong dong. The earth trembled, lightly at first but growing heavier every moment until from around the corner big silver-colored head appeared. This head had two golden horns and its eyes emitted a faint metallic luster. Its physical strength, accompanied by its strong murderous intent, was nothing to scoff at. Metal-devouring beast. This was also the first time Xianxia had ever seen this monster beast. From a quick glance, Xianxia determined it was about 6 meters in length and 1.5 meters tall. It was slightly fat and chubby, its belly jiggling as it ran, but despite that, its speed wasn't slow. What most caught Xianxia's attention was the armored plating that wrapped its body. This thick plating looked quite sturdy and obviously wouldn't be easy to break open. These pieces of armor resembled a turtle's shell and covered everything with the exception of its tail and underbelly, leaving few weaknesses to target. As soon as Ji Hong got within 10 meters of the metal-devouring beast, he suddenly turned around and ran back. He never intended to confront this sixth-order monster beast head-on. "Come on!" Ji Hong yelled as he ran, his and everyone else in the team's faces filled with excitement. Just as he reached the location of the trap, Ji Hong leapt forward across it, but the sixth-order metal-devouring beast, with its fat body, obviously wasn't capable of such movement and crashed directly into it. The two cultivators who were standing by didn't need to wait for Yun Xian's order before activating the trap. A flash of light burst from the ground and a series of energy ropes sprung up, wrapping tightly around the metal-devouring beast. Its 4 clumsy limbs quickly entangled. The massive body of the metal-devouring beast continued forward a few dozen meters under the influence of its own inertia before coming to a stop, leaving behind a deep gully-like trail on the ground behind it. "Break both of its horns!" Yun Xian shouted, taking the lead, a powerful force erupting from her tender body as she charged towards the metal-devouring beast. The other members of her team also hurriedly kept up. The metal-devouring beast struggled violently and wreaked havoc in the mine tunnel, while releasing golden beams of energy from its 2 horns which puncture many holes in the walls, floor, and ceiling. But as a 6th-order monster beast, it was only equivalent to an immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, and with its mobility severely limited, it couldn't deal any effective damage to Yun Xian's team. After only a few breaths of time, the metal-devouring beast's hard horns were cut off by Ji Hong's big axe. Seemingly enduring excruciating pain, the metal-devouring beast wailed loudly. Yun Xian leapt forward and quickly bound its mouth, silencing it. "Captain!" Ji Hong smiled sheepishly, handing over the 2 horns he had just cut down to Yun Xian, the latter nodding with satisfaction as she stowed them in her universe bag. Because of its diet, a metal-devouring beast's horns were excellent artifact refining materials, so they couldn't be wasted. "Too easy." Ji Hong shook his head and said proudly, "A 6th-order monster beast's intelligence isn't very high, and with our prearranged trap, it only makes sense we were able to easily capture it. If we had to fight it head-on, we would have had a significantly harder time. Its armor is thick and difficult to penetrate, while the energy attacks it releases from its horns can't be ignored. An ordinary Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator wouldn't be its opponent, and inside this mine, our mobility is quite limited, making it harder for us to display our full strength. Don't underestimate the enemy just because things went well this time," Yun Xian sternly said, so that Ji Hong and the others wouldn't suffer unnecessary losses due to carelessness. "Yes, ma'am." Ji Hong nodded repeatedly. Yun Xian smiled. "Good. Let's keep moving. For now we'll leave this fellow here. We'll find a way to ship him back to Bold Independent City when this is all over." Encouraged by this first victory, Everyone's spirits rose to a new height as they enthusiastically walked forward. Using this method, after half a day, Yun Xian's team easily captured 3 metal-devouring beasts. All this time, Yang Kai had not acted. This wasn't because of Yun Xian's previous instructions to him to not act on his own, but because Yun Xian's team had no need of his help as they so far encountered minimal difficulty capturing these metal-devouring beasts. The reason Yang Kai came this time was mainly because he wanted to return Yun Xian's favor. If he ended up not having any opportunity to act here, then he wouldn't impose himself and would instead think of another way to pay her back. However, after observing for half a day, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for them to capture all the metal-devouring beasts this way. First of all, the number of trap artifacts they brought wasn't enough, and second, not every metal-devouring beast acted alone. As if to prove his analysis right, in front of their team, the auras of 2 metal-devouring beasts close to each other soon appeared. If they attacked one, the other would surely be alerted as well. Sure enough, after Ji Hong came back from scouting ahead and described the situation to Yun Xian, the latter's brow couldn't help furrowing. "How many beast traps do we have left?" Yun Xian asked. 3. "Set all of them up." Yun Xian thought for a while and said, "N." With a nod, the members of her team set about arranging these 3 beast traps. After everything was ready, Ji Hong once again ran forward and shouted to provoke the 2 metal-devouring beasts, and a moment later led both of them back. However, when the 2 beasts hit the first trap, it didn't have nearly the same effect as before. The charge of the 2 metal-devouring beasts was so strong that any of the trap's bindings were instantly shattered, only leaving behind light particles as remnants to highlight its failure. The second trap also only managed to slightly slow down the pair's speed, while the last trap finally bound one of them. The remaining metal-devouring beast continued its charge towards Yun Xian. "Attack!" Yun Xian didn't panic, seemingly having expected such a result, and calmly issued the order to attack. The cultivators hidden to the left and right of the tunnel immediately using their martial skills and artifacts to bombard the charging beast. Yang Kai watched all of this and secretly nodded. The bold independent union's disciples weren't weak either in strength or means. At first glance it was clear to him that each member of Yun Xian's team was a veteran of many battles, and under her leadership, they formed a cohesive force that could not be ignored. Even with an absolute advantage in terms of raw strength and defense, a 6th-order monster beast was still instantly suppressed by these 8 immortal Ascension cultivators. Ji Hong's 2-handed axe slashed at the back of the still rampaging metal-devouring beast, causing a loud bang and many sparks to fly, but only leaving behind a shallow mark on its armor. So hard! Ji Hong was taken aback. The rebound from his strike caused his hands to go a little numb and a sour taste to well up in his heart. Quickly composing himself, he continued to use his axe artifact to attack. Dang 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 dang! Ji Hong, fall back! Yun Xian quickly ordered. Ji Hong's actions had clearly completely enraged the metal-devouring beast, and it was now staring red-eyed towards him as a golden beam shot out from its forehead. This fierce and blinding energy blast barreled towards Ji Hong at frightening speed. Seeing this incoming attack, Ji Hong's face sank as he hastily placed his axe in front of him, just barely managing to defend himself. Yun Xian had already rushed over, the spear which she had Grandmaster Ma repair tightly gripped in her hands. Her tender body suddenly gave off a heroic image as her tiny sparks of lightning began emerging from her spear. A phantom image of a great snake suddenly appeared on her spear, and the spear's body itself seemed to transform into a real snake, causing a fierce aura to ripple through the air. Thrusting forward, Yun Xian's spear gave off a brilliant radiance as it slammed into the metal-devouring beast. Disregarding Ji Hong's attacks, the metal-devouring beast seemed to feel a sense of uneasiness as it let out a frightening roar, its aura becoming more dangerous as its eyes filled with violent madness. Energy collected between its 2 horns once again, and it quickly sent out an attack to intercept Yun Xian's spear. Xiao xiao xiao! The 2 attacks collided and a disordered burst of energy erupted, sending stone debris from the mine tunnel flying. A great rumbling sound echoed throughout the mine tunnel, and there were even some signs of it beginning to crack. Yun Xian's expression remained indifferent and fearless, waving her spear about skillfully, blocking or parrying the attacks of the metal-devouring beast. The other cultivators had also taken the opportunity to attack and had begun pummeling the metal-devouring beast. A strange energy suddenly spread from the ground. Pu. A bunch of sharp spurs shot out from the earth just below the metal-devouring beast, causing its strength to deflate like a punctuated balloon. Blood flowed from metal-devouring beast as it tried to escape, only managing to make it several dozen meters before letting out a sorrowful roar and collapsing to the ground. From the side, one could clearly see a few bloody holes on its soft belly where it had been pierced by the earth spikes. Xianxia's team rushed in and swiftly cut off the two horns on the metal-devouring beast and then bound its legs, only then taking out some healing medicine and applying it to the beast's wounds. Everyone went about their work in an orderly fashion, not in any way flustered. After everything was done, Jihong walked over and happily patted Yang Kai's shoulder. "Brother Yang, enjoying yourself?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. Until now, he had not taken action and had only been watching. "This is just a simple mission. When you really join Bold Independent Union, your brother here will show you what a real fight is like." Xian took back her spear and shook out her hands, glancing over at Yang Kai and secretly nodding. She found that throughout the day, this taciturn boy had always remained calm, and even when something unexpected happened, he didn't show the slightest panic. This discovery made Xian wonder about whether this was just his natural disposition or if he already had a great deal of worldly experience. Clapping her hands lightly, Xian said, "Our traps have been used up, so from now on, whenever we encounter metal-devouring beasts, everyone should be extra cautious and prioritize protecting yourselves." The team nodded firmly, their zeal and enthusiasm still at a fever pitch. "Let's go." Xian waved her hand and walked forward. The metal-devouring beasts in the mine were all busy eating, so they were all scattered about, most of them choosing to act alone while occasionally they would move about in groups of 2 or 3. With the strength of the Xian's team, catching them was quite easy. As they advanced deeper into the mine, there were countless twists and turns, ramps and slopes, so the team made sure to record which path they had taken to avoid getting lost on the way back. Yang Kai also began participating and, in accordance with Xian's orders, provided some small support, calmly attacking and defending in a stable fashion, causing everyone's opinion of him to rise. Even Xian couldn't help re-evaluating Yang Kai. She had originally thought he had come out from some remote countryside and was afraid that his combat strength wouldn't be sufficient. Because of this concern, Xian had initially kept Yang Kai behind her and didn't let him join the team's battles. But after giving him a chance, he turned out to be surprisingly useful. At the very least, after he summoned his bone shield, he was able to block the charge of a metal-devouring beast head-on. This kind of frontal collision was something that even Jihong, who had the most brute strength of all her team members, couldn't accomplish, yet Yang Kai did so with ease. This ability was very important as it allowed everyone else on the team to focus on attacking. After observing him block 2 such charges, Xian directly let Yang Kai with his bone shield act as the team's blocker while everyone else launched attacks from the side or behind him. Using this battle formation, Xian's team's efficiency shot up, bringing a smile to everyone's face. After half a day, the team stopped to take a break. During this break, Yang Kai came over to Xian and said, "Amos, there's something I don't quite understand." "Oh." Xian smiled back at him. Yang Kai's performance today had earned her respect, and she now really was thinking about how to get Yang Kai to join Bold Independent Union. Any team that could have such a strong defensive specialist would be much safer when performing tasks. These metal-devouring beasts are all here to feed, right? That's right, why? Brother G said that after they consumed enough minerals, they would process the raw ores in their bodies and then excrete the refined metals. This group of metal-devouring beasts have already been here for 2 or 3 months now, but even after we traveled this far into the mine, why haven't we seen any of their droppings? Xian was startled and, after thinking about it for a moment, realized that what Yang Kai said was right. The whole time they had been fighting, she had never seen any refined metals anywhere. Xian knit her brows as she didn't know how to explain this, some doubts welling up in her heart. The other members of her team heard this conversation and also wore confused expressions. All this time they had only been focused on capturing the metal-devouring beast, so they had unconsciously overlooked this strange phenomenon. Maybe they have a specific place where they take care of their business, like a toilet, Ji Hong suggested. Yun Xian's face went slightly red, but she nonetheless nodded. It's possible. Then, if we were to find that place, couldn't we harvest a large amount of refined metals? Ji Hong thoughtfully stroked his beard. Yun Xian's eyes flashed brilliantly. Capturing so many metal-devouring beasts this time would count as a great achievement, and if on top of that they could find this mineral storehouse, the rewards they would receive would be incredibly rich. Thinking about this bright future, everyone's mental and physical fatigue was blown away, and each of them once again became filled with enthusiasm. Then our secondary objective will be to search for such a place. Yun Xian, looking at their expressions, knew that they didn't want to rest anymore and immediately issued this directive. The rest of her team was obviously overjoyed and quickly got back on their feet. Yang Kai, on the other hand, couldn't help frowning slightly, thinking that there was something off about this situation. But with the little information he had, he couldn't form any reasonable hypotheses, much less prove them, so he chose to remain quiet for now. For now, whatever Yun Xian decided, he would go along with. As they continued into the mine, the number of metal-devouring beasts seemed to decrease, so Yun Xian's team began spending more time scouting around for the refined mineral dump rather than fighting and capturing. Unfortunately, they found nothing for their efforts. As they continued their search, Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of unease. Suddenly thinking of a possibility, Yang Kai's expression sank as he shouted, "Yun Xian, there's something wrong here." The team members, who were all excitedly searching for the metal dump, heard his voice and couldn't help stopping, all of them turning puzzled looks towards him. Yun Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai suddenly shouting gave her a fright, and she quickly expanded the range of her divine sense. But after not finding anything out of the ordinary, she immediately became disgruntled. When on a mission, one of the most taboo acts was to cause alarm for no reason. If one were to do this, their team members would begin to doubt their trustworthiness, and if trust was lost and a real emergency came up, it would put the team in danger. Yang Kai didn't answer. His warning just now was completely instinctual. Through a more in-depth investigation of the surrounding area with his divine sense, he had noticed a powerful aura hidden deep within the mine. From his experience, Yang Kai concluded that such a strong energy fluctuation could only be produced by a transcendent realm master. A transcendent realm enemy was hiding nearby, yet no one had discovered them yet. The fearfulness of this was obvious. Sun Ying had previously checked the situation in the mine, yet even he was unaware that there was another transcendent here. That could only mean that Sun Ying wasn't this master's opponent. Even Yang Kai himself hadn't discovered anything up till now and could only conclude that the enemy had some frightening means of concealment. "Well, what is it?" Yun Xian's asked again, a tinge of anger creeping into her voice. "There's some kind of danger in this place," Yang Kai calmly said. "Speak clearly." Yun Xian's expression dimmed. "There's a very powerful master hidden below us. If you don't want everyone here to die, we should leave now." "How do you know that?" Yun Xian's brow tightly wrinkled. Ji Hong also came forward and sighed. "Brother Yang, you can't joke about these kinds of things. How could there be such a hidden danger here?" "I'm not making a joke." Yang Kai shook his head seriously, but glancing around he noticed that everyone was giving him a distrustful look. Yang Kai suddenly realized that his words really didn't have any convincing weight behind them. To an outside observer, he was just a young Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator. The strongest member of this team was Yun Xian, who was a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, yet she didn't sense abnormalities nearby. Naturally, she wouldn't readily believe his words. Gently sighing, Yang Kai looked at Yun Xian and said, "I only came here in order to return the favor I owe you. Right now, if you believe me, you'll take everyone out of here. If you don't believe me, though, there's nothing I can say to convince you." "How am I supposed to believe you?" Yun Xian looked at Yang Kai coldly with a hint of disappointment flashing across her eyes. "I wanted you to join Bold Independent Union, but now it seems that's not necessary. The actions of this team are for me to decide and are not dictated by others' feelings, especially those of an alarmist." "I'm not trying to be an alarmist." "Then provide evidence. If you can't, Then don't spout nonsense. Yun Xian spat coldly. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and indifferently stared back at Yun Xian. Then I'll take my leave here. Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and quickly rushed out, not paying any attention to what anyone else thought. Hey, brother Yang! Ji Hong was shocked and called out to stop him. Let him go! Yun Xian shouted, staring at the disappearing back of Yang Kai as she shook her head. Yang Kai's performance just now was quite dissatisfying to her and didn't reflect any of his previous calm. Yun Xian felt that if such a person really joined Bold Independent Union, he would bring more harm than good, so her interest in recruiting him faded. Ha! Ji Hong sighed as he looked at Yun Xian. Young lady, him speaking with such confidence, do you think he really discovered something? Yun Xian's beautiful eyes flashed before her expression dropped again. Uncle Sun said that there was nothing to be wary of here, and I also didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. That kid is probably just making a fuss over nothing. That is true. Ji Hong nodded. He naturally had more faith in Sun Ying's words. Yang Kai's figure quickly ran towards the mine's exit. Every step he took leaving a deep imprint on the ground, and a long afterimage dragged out behind him. At this moment he had raised his speed to the limit. He had clearly memorized the path they had taken to reach this point, so even in this underground labyrinth he didn't once get lost. The hidden aura he had discovered with his divine sense was growing more powerful by the breath and was clearly preparing to take action. Yang Kai had a clear understanding of his own strength. With an Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation, coupled with his devil transformation, he was invincible in the Immortal Ascension boundary. Facing a transcendent, Yang Kai wouldn't be afraid, but he also had no confidence in being able to beat one. Before, when he had killed the Spider Mother, he had relied on trickery and the mysterious power of the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea, while killing the sect master of Sen Luo Temple was only possible because his bone shield had absorbed a massive amount of void energy. Neither scenario was due to his own strength. There was a massive gap between the transcendent and immortal ascension realms. Additionally, the terrain here was not suitable for an explosive battle. Once the mine collapsed, everyone here would be buried alive. So when he noticed the hidden enemy, Yang Kai's first thought was to leave here and make plans after. Unfortunately, Yun Xian didn't trust him, which made Yang Kai feel very helpless. Staying to argue would only be a waste of time, so Yang Kai decisively chose to leave. I hope I'm just worrying too much, Yang Kai secretly thought. Bold Independent Union also had a transcendent realm master with them. Sun Ying wasn't weak, and in a fight he may not lose to the hidden enemy here. At that moment, another strong energy fluctuation erupted. Naturally, it came from Sun Ying. From the booming sounds and the shaking of the ground, Sun Ying had likely encountered the hidden enemy and began fighting. Yang Kai's face sank and he pushed his speed even more. At the same time, the fierce vibrations of this battle were also noticed by Yun Xian and her team. Everyone's face changed greatly. What happened? Yun Xian was startled. Sun Ying had actually taken action. He was a transcendent realm master of Bold Independent Union. Him being here was simply to act as a supervisor. If there were no accidents, he wouldn't take the initiative to fight and would only be responsible for monitoring the situation and arranging the barrier to prevent the metal-devouring beasts from escaping. But such vibrations were obvious signs that he had been engaged in battle, which meant that either Yuan Xianyu or Zhou Luo's team had encountered an enemy they couldn't handle. What danger could there be that Uncle Sun had to take action personally? Yun Xian didn't understand what was happening, but she knew it definitely wasn't anything good. Thinking so, she suddenly remembered that Yang Kai had just warned them there was a hidden enemy here. Yun Xian's expression suddenly became complicated as she only now realized that he wasn't being an alarmist but had really noticed that something was wrong. The ground trembled fiercely and the sound of explosions echoed throughout the tunnels. The entire mine seemed to be becoming unstable and fissures were beginning to open up. The fallout from a battle between masters at the Transcendent Realm was quite devastating. "Young lady," Ji Hong shouted. "Evacuate." Yun Xian didn't dare stand around waiting, deeply regretting in her heart at this moment. If only she had known this would happen, she would have listened to Yang Kai's warning and brought everyone out of the mine. If they had left with him, they would be in far less danger. Issuing the order to withdraw, Yun Xian's body flickered and transformed into a streak of blue like that flew towards the direction Yang Kai disappeared. Ji Hong and the others followed. However, after only going 100 meters or so, a terrifying bang erupted from the depths of the mine, and immediately after, the mountain began to collapse. Numerous huge chunks of falling rock crashed down and sealed off all the tunnels. Yun Xian's face turned ashen. Not hesitating in the slightest, she gathered all of her true qi and began striking towards the ceiling, desperately trying to open up an escape route. With the echoes of the original bang and the crumbling walls around him, Yang Kai's expression sank as he knew that his worst fears had come true. Sun Ying was not the opponent of the hidden enemy. In the previous collision, Yang Kai clearly felt the former's aura sharply weaken, and the destructive wave of energy that burst forth from the two transcendents' final clash had caused the entire mine to collapse. Silently cursing to himself, Yang Kai quickly summoned his bone shield and held it atop his head, the next moment feeling like the sky was raining down on top of him. The number of impacts he suffered was endless, and the weight that pressed down on his arms was getting heavier by the breath. The collapse of the mine continued for the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, and when everything stabilized, Yang Kai was barely able to support his bone shield. His teeth were clenched hard and his face was blood red. His muscles bulged as if they were about to explode under the strain. He didn't know just how much stone and dirt he was supporting at that moment, but the weight was almost impossible for him to bear. The only good news was that thanks to the bone shield's defense, Yang Kai was basically uninjured. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai concentrated his physical strength and true qi and pushed upwards. A passage above his head was quickly being excavated. After a short while, the pressure suddenly disappeared and Yang Kai sprang from the rubble and landed on the ground. The sun shining down on him and the crisp mountain air brushing past his nose feeling particularly refreshing. The sound of a great many birds fleeing into the distance soon reached his ear. Apparently the mine's collapse had disturbed all of the local wildlife. Looking around, all that remained of the once tall hill was cracked earth and rubble that spread out for almost 100 kilometers. As Yang Kai quietly observed his surroundings, he saw some unstable places continuing to cave, causing some low rumbling. There was no one else around. Sun Ying's aura had yet to disappear, but it was fading fast while Yun Xian, Ruan Xianyu, and Zhou Luo's teams were all missing. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to investigate, and soon, he discovered signs of life at a position about a kilometer away. Quickly rushing over, just as he arrived, a burst of true qi erupted from the ground, sending a few bits of rock flying about. A moment later, from this small newly opened hole, Yang Kai saw a faint flash of electricity. Yun Xian, Yang Kai shouted, immediately hearing a faint voice respond, N. Grinning, Yang Kai clenched his fist and slammed it down onto the place where the lightning arc had flashed, completely opening the passage, allowing a dirt-covered Yun Xian to emerge. Right behind her, Ji Hong and a few others also appeared. All of them had many black and blue bruises, and some even had broken bones. Even though all of them were Immortal Ascension boundary masters, such a large-scale mine collapse was not something they could escape from unscathed. In fact, it was only thanks to Yun Xian's quickly opening up a path for them that all of them weren't buried alive. Once seriously injured and buried deep underground, even Immortal Ascension boundary masters would certain die. After coming out, everyone wore an expression filled with lingering fear, having just survived a life-threatening disaster. Each of them couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief and reflecting on how fragile life truly was. Pang Qi. Yun Xian turned around and scanned the faces of her team members, her pretty face suddenly paling. Ji Hong and the others all lowered their heads, none of them daring to answer. What about others? Yun Xian muttered hoarsely. Ji Hong opened his mouth to speak, but failed to form any words, his eyes slowly tearing up. Yun Xian's tender body shuddered, and she no longer asked, knowing that the members of her team she didn't see here now would never appear again. Now isn't the time to grieve, we need to leave, Yang Kai said with a serious face. Can you open the barrier set up by Sun Ying? Yun Xian was still absent-minded at the moment, but after a moment she nodded gently. That's good. Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. The barrier set up by a transcendent would require a lot of time to break open if they didn't understand how to. Yun Xian knowing how to open it meant they didn't need to break it by force. But Yun Xian hesitated. No buts. Sun Ying is dead. Yang Kai shook his head. A moment ago he could still faintly sense Sun Ying's aura, but now he wasn't aware of anything. Yun Xian's face tightened as she stared blankly towards Yang Kai, seemingly unable to accept what he had just said. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from below. Everyone's expression changed as they stared towards a spot a short distance away. A moment later, 2 or 3 kilometers away from them, several people emerged from the ground led by Zhou Luo and Ruan Xianyu. Yun Xian was overjoyed and quickly shouted out to them. When Zhou Luo and Ruan Xianyu heard her voice, they quickly rushed over to them. When they arrived, though, Yun Xian noticed that all of their faces were ghastly pale, as if they had all witnessed something terrifying. Uncle Sun, Yun Xian asked. Dead, Ruan Xianyu replied. What happened? Yun Xian's tender body shuddered again. Just a moment ago she was leading her team to capture metal-devouring beasts and was reaping a huge harvest. Everyone was rejoicing. Then all of a sudden this happened and Sun Ying had actually died. Such a massive change in fortune in such a short period of time was quite difficult for her to accept. We don't know, Ruan Xianyu said despondently. All of a sudden something leapt from the shadows. Uncle Sun fought back and then this. It was obvious to everyone that she was still quite frightened. Sun Ying had died right before her eyes and many of the members of her and Zhou Luo's teams had perished under the fallout from the 2 Transcendence battle. Only a few of them managed to escape. This unknown enemy had shaken her greatly. We have to leave quickly. Zhou Luo's face was pale, none of his previous calm elegance remaining. Their Transcendent Realm Elder had already died, so if they continued to remain here, the only result would be death. Right now, all he wanted to do was escape. The 3 teams originally had more than 20 members in total, but now less than half that number was still alive. All of the Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators realized at this moment just how fragile they were. Although everyone felt sorrowful about the loss of their friends, there was no time for them to mourn as the priority right now was to escape. Yang Kai followed behind the survivors, not daring to release his divine sense too strongly, because although the enemy that killed Sun Ying had yet to make an appearance, his instincts told him that a pair of eyes was still watching them closely. This hidden gaze was seemingly calm and composed and even contained a hint of mockery, like a predator that was enjoying the scene of its prey desperately trying to escape. Yang Kai's heart sank when he realized this because it meant the trouble they were facing right now was bigger than he had initially anticipated. But unable to judge the true strength of his enemy and unable to even locate their position, Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. The survivors from Bold Independent Union were also incredibly uneasy. Xiao! A sharp whooshing sound flew past them, causing everyone's face to tighten. Freezing up for an instant, everyone quickly and silently assumed a defensive posture as they stared around their surroundings. No one say anything, but a moment later, Ji Hong screamed, "Young lady, Zhang Wu, he." Hearing this, the crowd all turned towards the young man named Zhang Wu and saw that his eyes had glazed over and his body had gone limp as he stood there absent-mindedly, the vitality quickly draining from his body. Zhang Wu. One of the others who had a good relationship with him called out, but he received no response. After Zhang Wu's shoulder was tapped by this youth, the former fell straight to the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. "Ah!" Ruan Xianyu screamed, her hand reaching up and covering her lips as all the color drained from her face. "He's dead." Ji Hong's eyes widened as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Yun Xian was also greatly frightened. Her pretty face drained to a pale white as her eyes darted around, desperately seek for the enemy's whereabouts yet getting nothing for her effort. Zhou Luo also couldn't help trembling in fear. The man named Zhang Wu was a member of his team and was a strong Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th-stage cultivator. Yet right in front of the eyes of so many others he was silently killed and bore no sign of any injuries or wounds on his body. This unexpected development caused a cold chill to shoot up everyone's back. Their hidden enemy being able to silently kill Zhang Wu meant that any of them could also easily be killed. After realizing this fact, everyone suddenly began to panic. "Keep moving!" Yang Kai's expression darkened as he shouted. A moment ago, he noticed a strange and sinister spiritual energy attack pass by. That spiritual energy attack was so powerful that even he felt uneasy. Such a powerful divine sense attack from the hidden enemy was definitely capable of silently killing anyone below the transcendent realm. If the enemy wanted to, they could take the lives of everyone here in an instant. But they hadn't done this. Yang Kai could only think of one possibility for this, and that was that their enemy had a twisted personality that reveled in watching their victims struggle and panic. Such an enemy was very difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had to find some kind of flaw in the enemy's plans. He didn't expect to be able to kill him. Simply escaping would be enough. While he was pushing his brain for an answer, Yun Xian finally regained her composure, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves before waving her hand. "Let's go!" The small group continued forward and soon reached Sun Ying's barrier. Originally, Sun Ying had arranged this barrier to completely encircle the mine in order to prevent any of the metal-devouring beasts from escaping. But now it had ironically become the barrier to their escape instead. If they wanted to get out, they first had to bring down Sun Ying's barrier. Yun Xian, Ruan Xianyu, and Zhou Luo quickly joined forces to open the barrier. But just after they began, another wisp of wind passed by. Bang! Just like Zheng Wu before him, another Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator fell lifelessly to ground. With their knowledge sea completely destroyed, there was no way this person could survive. Yun Xian and everyone else shivered and didn't dare make any movements for fear that the hidden enemy would target them next. In this environment, none of them could find any sense of security. After waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Everyone gasped for breath, glanced at each other, and then began opening the barrier again. "Xiao!" A third person fell. Ruan Xenyu suddenly began crying, her tears falling down like raindrop, her shoulders trembling as she whimpered, "What is happening? Just who is it that's secretly picking us off?" Yun Xian took a deep breath and, despite her fear, still tried to maintain her calm, calling out the void. "Which respected master is here? Please show yourself. We are disciples of Bold Independent Union and have only come here to execute a mission assigned to us by our sect. If we have somehow offended you, we deeply apologize and ask you to please be broad-minded." Hee hee. A string of silver bell-like laughter that seemed to contain an endless sense of charm suddenly reached everyone's ears. Anyone who heard this sound, regardless of who it was, couldn't help feeling a heat well up inside their body. "Since you dared try to catch my monster beasts, you'll have to pay an appropriate price." The voice seemed to drift from place to place so none of them could determine where it was actually coming from. Sometimes it seemed to be right next to their ear, yet in the next instant it was far away. Yun Xian's face sank even more as she desperately tried to put on a forced smile. "We weren't aware that these monster beasts already had a master. If we had known..." "There's no need to explain. Now I just want to have a little fun killing you. All of you do struggle hard and give me some fun." The voice was soft and silky, stirring up the deepest, most base instincts of any man who heard them, causing them to want nothing more in life than to find the voice's owner and wantonly ravage them. Yang Kai quietly circulated his joyous unification art and quickly dispelled the fire in his body with a small sneer forming on his face. He discovered that this hidden enemy really was, as he thought, a twisted person who enjoyed toying with her food. This kind of enemy was very dangerous, but also very arrogant. As long as he held out, she would definitely show some flaws. What Yang Kai was most worried about right now, though, was if she would target him. Once she tried to use her divine sense to attack him, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to conceal his real combat power and would instantly become her primary target. Hearing this mysterious woman's voice, Yun Xian was dumbfounded and hurriedly shouted a few more words, but she no longer got any response. Instead, a fourth Bold Independent Union disciple was killed right in front of her eyes. A huge sense of panic spread throughout the survivors, and Yun Xian and everyone else sped up their efforts to open the barrier. One after another, the cultivators fell down, and as time passed, the hidden enemy no longer seemed content to kill one person at a time, sometimes taking 2 or even 3 at once. The number of Bold Independent Union disciples plummeted, and the members of Yun Xian's team fell one after another. seeing the companions she had been together with for so many years slowly die one by one, yet never once being able to lay eyes on their killer. Xianxia couldn't stop her tears from flowing out as unbearable pain filled her heart. Jihong finally couldn't handle it anymore, hefting his great axe in both hands over his head and roaring in anger. "Damn slut! Show yourself! Or what? Are you so ashamed of your ugly face you don't dare let others see you?" The moment he spoke these words, though, Jihong's body shivered violently before freezing in place. Although he remained standing in front of the remaining survivors, his giant axe still lifted high, appearing akin to a great fortress that could shelter them from wind and rain. However, in a matter of seconds, his vitality had disappeared and Jihong had died. "Jihong!" Xianxia cried out in agony. Yang Kai shook his head as his expression became bitter, annoyed in his heart. This big bearded man was simple and honest, although somewhat lewd, but he treated others fairly and Yang Kai had a fairly good impression of him. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai discovered that only 3 members of Bold Independent Union remained. He didn't know if it was the enemy's intention or not, but the remaining 3 people were the 3 team captains. With the addition of Yang Kai, that made 4. Having remained safe and sound until now was a pleasant surprise to Yang Kai and made him feel slightly lucky, but now that only these 4 people remained, if their hidden enemy attacked again, her target would likely be him. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Miss, don't you think it's about time you come out? Even if I die, I'd at least like to see who it was that killed me." "Are you insane?" Zhou Luo roared as he glared at Yang Kai. This hidden enemy's methods were cruel and merciless. She killed people like killing flies. Now that the barrier was on the verge of opening and they could flee from here, the last thing Zhou Luo had expected was for Yang Kai to say something so stupid. Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? If she were to really appear, just thinking about it caused Zhou Luo to tremble. A few meters away, the air suddenly began to distort and a blurry figure strangely appeared, gradually solidifying. Upon seeing this figure, though, all the anger on Zhou Luo's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a of pure infatuation, as if he couldn't wait to throw himself to the ground and worship this woman. Not only Zhou Luo, but even Yang Kai's eyes flashed a hot light, his heart suddenly giving birth to a strange desire. This young woman was incredibly beautiful, a shapely face with long supple black hair, a tight waist and rounded hips along with thin red lips. She was slender and graceful beyond words, and she gave off a somewhat soft and weak image, causing one to unconsciously want to care for and protect her. Especially charming was her pair of clear, innocent eyes that seemed to draw in the soul of any man who saw them, shackling his heart to her. Her skin was a soft white and gave off a delicate feeling. Her thin waist seemed tender while her hips were the perfect shape. Her twin peaks were neither too big nor too small, just the perfect size to accentuate her figure. She wore a one-piece leather outfit that exposed her lower abdomen and lovely navel. She wore no shoes, allowing one to see her exquisite feet that seemed to be cared from the finest jade. Zhou Luo's eyes burned with desire and hot steam leaked from his nose as he stared at this woman, his breathing quickly becoming ragged. Yang Kai, on the other hand, wore a cold expression as he became even more vigilant. He had seen many beautiful women before, but even the bewitching Shan Qing Luo couldn't suddenly eliminate all the anger and hostility in his heart simply by appearing before him. But this woman could, the instant she showed her face. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that all negative emotions he had in his heart had vanished, and all that remained was a desire to protect her. His first instinct was that if such a weak yet beautiful woman had no one protecting her, she would soon fall into danger. "A charm monster!" Xianxia cried out in alarm, her face instantly going pale. Ruan Xian, you also seemed to understand the true identity of this woman, and her tender body couldn't help trembling, a strange feeling of inferiority and self-deprecation suddenly welling up in her heart. Charm monster. When Xianxia called out this name, Yang Kai was startled and realized that this woman's identity wasn't ordinary. "What is a charm monster?" Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked suspiciously. Although he had whispered this question, he couldn't conceal his actions from this seemingly delicate woman. the latter turning a beautiful and enchanting gaze lacking any kind of impurity towards Yang Kai and softly smiling. "You haven't heard of us charm monsters?" Yang Kai grinned slightly and nodded. "Nope. I came from a small remote place and don't know much about the outside world." "Hee hee." The charm monster giggled. "Interesting. I never expected there were still some people who hadn't heard of us, and let me see." Saying so, she placed one of her jade fingers onto her red lips, showing a face filled with a contradictory mix of innocence and enticement, capable of seducing any man who saw it. "Young man, your courage isn't small. Since you want to know, before you die, I'll satisfy your curiosity. That little sister over there seems to know a lot about us charm monsters. She can explain." "Young man." Yang Kai was amazed. "Just how old are you, miss?" "A woman's age is her greatest secret." The charm monster smiled happily, her expression filled with a perfect balance of seduction and embarrassment. Caused Yang Kai's pulse to race. This woman's lethality towards men was even stronger than Shan Qing Luo's. Zhou Luo had already lost all control of his rational mind and could only stare towards the charm monster with a look of pure admiration. When the charm monster glanced at him and saw this, she simply snorted, a thick meaning of disdain apparent on her face. "Yun Xian, what is a charm monster?" Yang Kai turned and looked at Yun Xian. "What's wrong with you?" Yun Xian brow twitched as she shouted out in annoyance. Now, in this life or death crisis, this brat still wanted to learn more about this charm monster. This kind of sexual obsession was really awe-inspiring. "Since we're going to die anyways, I'd like to at least know what it was that killed me." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Yun Xian looked at the charm monster in front of them and smiled bitterly. "Fine. Since we're dead either way, I'll explain. Charm monsters. They belong to the monster race and are a very high-ranking existence. Each of them is born beautiful and has their own unique markings, whether it be an icy temperament, a bewitching smile, or a pure innocence. In short, charm monsters are the ultimate nemesis of all men. Whether they belong to the monster race, demon race, or human race, no male can resist the enchantment of a charm monster. Charm monsters' physiques are different from other members of the monster race. Their bodies are relatively weak and they are quite few in number, so their rate of survival is actually quite low. But once they fully mature, they become terrifying enemies because their true strength lies not in their bodies but in their souls. Compared to other cultivators in the same realm, a charm monster's spiritual energy is significantly stronger. Uncle Sun and all the others should have been killed by her divine sense attacks. As she explained, Yun Xian glared towards the willowy girl in front of them and clenched her fists, a look of hatred blazing in the depths of her eyes. The charm monster smiled and made no attempt to stop Yun Xian from revealing her secrets, a gloating expression that was already declaring victory, never leaving her face. But hearing Yun Xian's explanation, Yang Kai's heart jumped as he suddenly saw a chance to turn things around. This charm monster's spiritual energy was definitely stronger than his own, so if he couldn't somehow lure her into his knowledge sea, he could only count on his superior physical strength. Yun Xian just said that charm monsters' bodies were very delicate, and just from looking at the one in front of him, Yang Kai could tell it was true. Concealing these thoughts as best he could, Yang Kai continued to listen to Yun Xian's introduction. "I heard that charm monsters like to drink the blood essence of people," Yun Xian said, a blush suddenly appearing on her face. Even Ruan Xian Yu's expression became a little unnatural, a hint of pink appearing on her neck while crimson filled her cheeks, pupils flitting about randomly. "Interesting taste?" Yang Kai smiled but suddenly became confused. So why did she just kill everyone from Bold Independent Union? If she wanted to drink their blood essence, it would naturally be better for her to capture them one by one. So Yang Kai didn't understand why she had instead slaughtered almost all of them. "I don't want just any blood essence." The charm monster smiled and said with great meaning. Yun Xian's face became redder and exuded a mature charm mixed with shyness that made her seem incredibly attractive. "What she wants to drink is the blood essence of men and women who are emotionally intoxicated." Yun Xian's voice became as quiet as a mosquito. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and hesitated to ask, "What do you mean?" Yun Xian stamped her foot and bitterly cried out, Can't you already understand what I mean? Saying so, she glared at him hatefully. No way. Xianxia's face twitched as he turned to stare at the charm monster. Your tastes area really is too interesting. However, the charm monster simply giggled and ignored the bitterness in his voice. Xianxia's expression became pensive for a moment before playfully grinning. So what you mean to say is that before we die you need all of us to reach a point of ecstasy? And the charm monster gently nodded, staring at Xianxia with great interest. What's wrong? Aren't you afraid? Of course I'm afraid, Xianxia readily admitted, but quickly continued. But we humans have a saying, dying in the arms of a woman will let any man die without regret. No wonder she had left the four of them alive, specifically choosing 2 men and women. Turns out she had this idea all along. At this moment, Xianxia finally understood. He wasn't a little kid, so although Yun Xian hadn't been explicit, he knew what this charm monster wanted. The charm monster, on the other hand, was amazed, not having expected this little brat to have such an open mind, lightly nodding her head in appreciation. Good. Seeing how obedient you are, I'll reward you with a choice. What kind of choice? Xianxia stared at the charm monster and smiled. Of these 2 women, you can choose which one you want to spend your last moments with. As soon as the charm monster said these words, Yun Xian and Wan Xianyu's faces paled, both of them unconsciously turning vigilant eyes towards Xianxia. Wan Xianyu even clutching her robes tightly, while Yun Xian's tender body trembled in fear. Although she had just explained the special interests of this charm monster to Xianxia, when the time came for the act to be carried out, she still couldn't bring herself to accept it. Can I choose both of them? Xianxia asked with a smile. Hee hee. The charm monster let out a lovably giggle. She had never encountered such an interesting man before. At the point of death, he was still thinking about grabbing as many beauties as possible. Your appetite isn't small, young man, but you can only eat one. Now choose, the other one will be given to that guy. Saying so, she pointed her finger towards the glossy Ijo Luo. Xianxia put on a disappointed expression as he turned his eyes towards Wan Xianyu, a smug look appearing on his face. Being stared at by him like this, Wan Xianyu couldn't help feeling like she had been stripped naked, unable to hide anything in front of Xianxia's eyes, immediately shouting at him angrily, If you dare choose me, I'll kill you. I'm going to die anyways. What do I care? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and snorted, But don't worry. I'm not familiar with you, nor am I interested in you. I prefer women who are more mature. Saying so, he turned his eyes decisively towards Yun Xian. Yun Xian's beautiful face changed paled, hurriedly cursing, You bastard! At this time you dare have such despicable intentions. You still owe me a favor, yet this is how you choose to repay me. There's no other way. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. People must bow beneath the eaves. Even if I try to fight back or rebel, would that change anything? A wise choice, Charm Monster gently nodded. Your human race has always been despicable like this. When your lives are threatened, all the wicked and evil thoughts you keep buried inside burst out. I've seen this too many times already. You say that as if your monster race is above such worldly affairs. Xianxia sneered. We're at least better than you degenerates. The charm monster smiled slyly. As the two bantered back and forth, Yun Xian's well-rounded the chest heaved up and down as a look of struggle appeared on her face, only to suddenly become calm and determined as she coldly shouted. Even if I die, I won't let you cheap animals feel any better. Saying so, she rapidly pushed her true chi and her aura becoming dangerous, apparently intending on blowing herself up. Xianxia's complexion changed, but before he had an opportunity to move, the charm monster had already shot her unique spiritual energy into Yun Xuana's knowledge sea. In an instant, the cold and ruthless look on Yun Xian's face disappeared and was replaced by a fascinated expression that was staring straight at Xianxia, an intoxicated light flashing across her blurry eyes that was mixed with traces of fear and resistance. In front of me, none of you should even think about committing suicide, the charm monster coldly snorted, in the next instant looking at Xianxia tenderly. Good. She's already been poisoned with my spiritual energy toxin. No female can resist it. Being able to enjoy such a good woman, young man, you've really won big. Don't let me wait too long. Start moving already. Yang Kai smiled lowly as he wore a lewd expression. Can young miss help me with a little something first? The charm monster was obviously getting impatient and coldly asked, What do you want? Having a pair of spectators makes me a bit nervous. Can you make them faint? Yang Kai pointed his fingers towards Zhou Luo, who had basically been ignored by everyone up to this point, and Ruan Xianyu, who was now completely frozen with fear. The charm monster wrinkled her brow cutely and hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Fine. Saying so, with a wave of her hand, a barrier that separated Yang Kai from Yun Xian from everything else around them appeared, leaving behind only the two of them and the charm monster herself. There. Now you don't have to worry about being seen. Good. And can you? Enough! The charm monster snapped, another pulse of spiritual energy shooting out from between her brows and submerging into Yang Kai's mind. In the next moment, Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled and a strange foreign energy began stimulated his soul, causing his blood to boil and his heart to race. Hot air leaked from his nose as his breathing became rough, his thoughts becoming blurred as his primal instincts became stimulated. Get started. Let me see what kind of skills you possess. The charm monster laughed happily, her big beautiful eyes staring at the play before her, her long scarlet tongue licking her delicate lips as she whispered to herself, The blood essence of a man and woman at the point of climax is too delicious. Her base and low smile was filled with a cruel madness, her previous soft and gentle temperament instantly disappearing. Yun Xian's breathing had also become heavy by now and her face was flushed bright red, an intense heat flowing through her lower abdomen as her slender legs clamped awkwardly, her balance crumbling causing her to fall to the ground. Yang Kai also felt an unstoppable fire rampage through his body. The mature, seductive aura Yun Xian currently emanated becoming an irresistible temptation to him, causing all his self-control to crumble as he pounced upon her, locked his lips with hers, and began wantonly pressing himself onto her tender body. As this erotic scene began heating up, even the charm monster's breathing became slightly ragged as she spectated the battle taking place in front of her. On the ground, Yang Kai and Yun Xian tumbled and rolled, tangling together with one another, their clothes quickly becoming disordered. Both of them had been poisoned by the charm monster's spiritual energy toxin. This spiritual energy toxin was incredibly potent and was so strong that even Yang Kai couldn't totally resist it, let alone Yun Xian. As the two entangled, Yun Xian's consciousness gradually became clearer, the heat and desire within her body slowly being sated. The manly aura Yang Kai gave off tasting like the sweetest water her parched body desperately desired. Consciously or unconsciously, she sought him out while her rational mind still struggled to resist. But when she wanted to make an effort to push him away, she found that her body refused to listen to her and her eyes couldn't help glancing towards the charm monster who was excitedly staring at this amorous scene, causing Yun Xian to cry tears filled with unwillingness. Yun Xian had never dreamed that such an absurd and ridiculous scenario, where she would be deprived of her purity by an unfamiliar young man, would ever occur. Although she styled herself quite boldly and always had an aggressive and open attitude, she had never actually been with a man before. The resistance in her heart grew stronger and stronger as every shred of sense she had left told Yun Xian to fight back, that even if she were to die she mustn't be defiled and used so. Seeing her now scattered clothes and feeling the cold forest air against her bare skin, Yun Xian stretched out her hand and tried to exert the last of her strength to slap Yang Kai away, but her arm lost power halfway through and instead wound itself around his neck, holding him tightly and drawing him further into her embrace. Her long, slender legs also refused to listen to the pleas from her rational mind and slowly wrapped themselves around Yang Kai's stubby waist. Her rich, tender body closely pressing itself against Yang Kai's caused a surge of joy that seemed to come straight from her soul to erupt inside her, causing Yun Xian to cry out in a voice she never knew she could make. Realizing what she had just done, Yun Xian's became even more embarrassed. Yang Kai? Yun Xian involuntarily sweetly whispered in a soft and intoxicated voice, causing her to want to find a hole to crawl into and hide. Between her legs, A warm nectar began leaking out and staining the grass beneath her as a deep sense of emptiness that desperately sought to be filled overwhelmed her. In the next instant, a hot, solid piece of iron suddenly intruded into her most intimate place, and Xianxia couldn't help but scream. Her tender body shivered and her jade-white skin was dyed a faint red hue as she quickly realized just what had happened. Now fully aware that trying to resist the charm monster's spiritual energy toxin was nothing but a dream, a tear rolled down Xianxia's face as she slowly closed her eyes and gave up the last strand of resistance in her heart, fully surrendering her body to this new and unknown sensation. A tearing pain came from the lower body, causing Xianxia's eyes to shoot open and a grunt to leak from her lips, tightly clutching onto Xianxi's back in the next instant with her hands, her nails leaving deep traces on his strong muscles. Her flower had finally been completely plucked. The initial sharp pain in her nether region quickly disappeared and was instead replaced with an endless surge and retreat of pleasure, the fierce, beast-like male above her not showing the slightest tender affection as he rampantly tried to occupy every inch of her body. Xianxia felt her consciousness fly away into the sky, and her body and soul experienced a freedom and intoxication she had never imagined possible. Biting down hard on her luscious lips, Xianxia now constantly leaked moans of pleasure and pain from her mouth as she gave all of herself over to the man in front of her. Teardrops unconsciously leaked from the corners of her eyes and streamed helplessly down her cheeks onto the ground below. Weakly opening her eyes, Xianxia stared up towards the slightly young face above her that was currently pressing down upon her and suddenly thought something was wrong. This youth, whose eyes were bloodshot, had veins pulsing from his neck and forehead, and who seemed no better than a wild animal that wanted nothing more than to devour the prey in front of him, gave her a strange feeling. Although he seemed completely intoxicated and immersed in the deed, Xianxia still somehow noticed that in the deepest depths of his eyes there was still a cold, rational calm. But before she had a chance to ponder over this uncoordinated feeling, a new wave of pleasure overwhelmed her body, and she was once again submerged in the throes of passions. Good. So delicious. The charm monster's face blushed as she slowly became intoxicated by the atmosphere. Gently stepping forward, it only took her a few breaths to arrive at Xianxia and Xianxia's side. Standing there, she stretched out a smooth, jade-white hand and caressed Xianxia's strong back as if she was encouraging him, whispering into his ear, "Harder, just a little more." With this devilish voice floating into his brain, Xianxia really began moving more aggressively, causing the charm monster to smile wickedly. Time passed rapidly as the pair vented their desires and gradually climbed to a peak. Meanwhile, the charm monster's demeanor became more focused, seemingly waiting for some critical moment. As Xianxia and Xianxia both reached a climactic apex, the charm monster suddenly made her move. Her seemingly soft and boneless hand plunged into Xianxia's back like a hot knife through butter, piercing a hole straight through him and then continuing down into Xianxia and tearing open her lower abdomen. Xianxia screamed miserably, tears streaming down her eyes as a flash of extrication washed over her. The blood essence that mixed together and flowed from gave off a particular aroma that was absolutely intoxicating to the charm monster. It's this taste, this flavor. The charm monster's tender body kept shivering as if she was experiencing a sense of euphoria, her legs tightly clenching up as some faint clear liquid dripped down her thighs. Closing her eyes, she completely immersed herself in this feeling of bliss. The bloodshot redness in Xianxia's eyes suddenly disappeared at that moment and was replaced with an eerie calmness. Pushing himself off of Xianxia's limp body like a spring, both his hands swiftly gripped the charm monster's delicate arm that was still piercing his body and ripped with all his strength. ACHA. The indescribably soft jade-white arm was snapped in two, exposing flesh and bone to the as green blood sprayed from the charm monster's freshly broken limb. A different kind of scream pierced the air as the charm monster's beautiful eyes shot open and her enchanting face twisted in agony, seemingly falling from heaven to hell in an instant, incredulously staring at Xianxia in front of her as she staggered backwards, pulling her arm out from his back as she did. Before the charm demon had time to stabilize herself, though, a flash appeared before her eyes and the youth who she was just watching partake of a young woman's innocence appeared in front of her, stretched out his hand, and mercilessly grasped her throat. Finally, you've let your guard down. Yang Kai's expression was cold. His eyes were cold. His entire aura was ice cold. So much so that the charm monster felt like as if her blood had frozen over. Staring at the youth in front of her in horror, the charm monster found that his body had indeed been run through by her and that his blood was flowing out even now. But his movements were extremely steady and he wasn't the least bit flustered. In his eyes, the charm monster saw a thick ridicule and contempt and suddenly realized that from the beginning this boy had never fallen under her control. Impossible! The charm monster roared hysterically like a crazed woman. There's no way you could have resisted my spiritual energy toxin. Why is it impossible? Yang Kai sneered, increasing the strength in his hands as he slammed the charm monster onto the ground. Bang! A sharp pain ran through the charm monster's delicate body, making it difficult for her to breathe. However, even though her body was currently at Yang Kai's mercy, the charm monster didn't show any fear, only endless hatred. A huge burst of spiritual energy shot out from her forehead and instantly tore through Yang Kai's knowledge-seized defense, flooding it with violent toxin. She wanted to erase Yang Kai's soul with this blow in order to soothe the anger she felt from having her arm destroyed. Receiving this blow, Yang Kai's forehead wrinkled and his body trembled a few times, but he soon returned to normal. Conflagrated knowledge sea? Feeling the feedback from when her spiritual energy pulse entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the charm monster finally showed a look of fear. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, there was a blazing heat that was so intense it burnt through her spiritual energy toxin almost instantaneously. So it's called a conflagrated knowledge sea. Many thanks for your kind guidance. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ever since he absorbed the Jade True Spirit back in the central capital, Yang Kai discovered that his spiritual energy had taken on a flame-type attribute, similar to his true Yang Yuan Qi. Moreover, his knowledge sea had changed. Some patches of the sea now had flames burning. This change was completely unexpected and caught Yang Kai by surprise. There was no one around he could consult about it either, so until now he didn't even know what this change was. Listening to the charm monster's panicked voice, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this mutation was probably a good thing for him. The charm monster's spiritual energy contained a potent toxin, but his own spiritual energy was now comprised of burning flames which were far stronger than before. Don't kill me. I can work as your slave, the charm monster shouted. Her physical body wasn't as strong as Yang Kai's, and her powerful divine sense and spiritual energy toxin had no way of harming Yang Kai. So she quickly understood there was no way for her to kill him in this situation, and if she didn't beg for mercy, she would die. Recognize me? Yang Kai frowned. Yes, we monster race members can offer our loyalty to members of the human race. As long as you nod, I can offer you my soul brand and become your servant, the charm monster quickly explained. No need. I'm not interested in having such a dangerous servant, Yang Kai said ruthlessly, concentrating all of his true chi into his fists and to the horror of the charm monster, viciously punching her beautiful face. Perceived this life-threatening crisis, the charm monster screamed and unleashed all of her spiritual energy, shooting it into Yang Kai's knowledge sea in a desperate last-ditch attempt to kill him. However, Yang Kai remained unfazed. Honk! As if he had punched a watermelon, the charm monster's head suddenly exploded. Yet Yang Kai still felt uneasy and continued to relentlessly strike her until all the vitality had disappeared from her body. Her physical strength was really too weak, otherwise, there would have been no way Yang Kai could so easily kill her with her transcendent realm cultivation. A suction force emerged from Yang Kai's head at this time, and a massive spiritual energy remnant from the charm monster's collapsed knowledge sea was pulled into his own. Although the charm monster's last offer had tempted Yang Kai, he knew that with his current strength there was no way he could completely enslave such a master, especially one that specialized in soul cultivation. The charm monster wasn't the same as the severely weakened old demon. She was too dangerous to keep around. So Yang Kai decisively decided to end all troubles. Coughing a few times, fresh blood flowed out of Yang Kai's mouth. Wiping away this blood, Yang Kai quickly took out some myriad drug milk from the black book space. His body had been pierced through and was quite heavily injured. Fortunately, Yang Kai had managed to shift himself so his vital organs hadn't been destroyed, or this blow would have been fatal. With the help of the myriad drug milk, though, his injury should be completely restored within a few days. Turning his attention to Yunxian, Yang Kai's expression became a bit complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over to her side where she was lying in a pool of blood. Lying in the pool of blood, Yunxian's eyes were wide open, staring up at the sky blankly. Her beautiful body was still fully exposed to the air, and the gaping wound on her flat belly continued to bleed profusely, dyeing her pure white skin a dark shade of red, giving her a tragically enchanting look. She was still breathing, and there wasn't any immediate danger to her life, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that she had no wish to go on. It seemed like everything she had just experienced had made her no longer wish to live. Barely supporting his own weak body, Yang Kai slowly walked towards her, picked up his clothes and wore his pants before tearing his shirt in half. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai still took out some more myriad drug liquid and smeared it on Yun Xian's wound. The touch of his fingers made Yun Xian's tender body tremble, and she finally regained some of her composure. After glancing around slowly and taking in her current situation, a complicated light flashed across her beautiful eyes. "I know what you want to say, but it's best if you don't speak right now. Once I'm doing treating your wound, whether you want to curse or beat me, I won't fight back. After all, what's done is done. But you can rest assured that I won't pester or entangle you after this. It would be best if we both considered this to be a bad dream, and when everything is settled, part ways." Yang Kai said meticulously, seemingly thinking aloud. Using half of his shirt to clean up the wound on Yun Xian's lower abdomen, Yang Kai then used the other half to bandage her up. Yun Xian wanted to resist, but she currently had no strength left in her. Having just reached a peak she had never before experienced, her body was currently extremely sensitive, so when Yang Kai's hand gently touched her, she felt a wave of pleasure and comfort radiate from her core. This feeling made her feel incredibly shameful, so she simply closed her eyes and wept. After gently arranging Yun Xuana's clothes, Yang Kai gasped for breath and collapsed to the ground. Since he began cultivating, he had never suffered such a serious injury, and if at the critical moment he had not shifted his vital points, the charm monster's last strike would probably have taken his life. This time his plan had been extremely risky. After Yang Kai had listened to Yun Xian's description of the charm monster's traits, he had quickly come up with the idea of tempting her to approach him and then launch a decisive attack when she lowered her guard. He hadn't expected that the charm monster would act so cautiously though, causing him to have to put on a much bigger show than he had planned to. The place where he and Yun Xian lay on the ground was still isolated from the outside world by the charm monster's barrier. After the charm monster's death, the barrier around them had become significantly weaker, but Yang Kai strangely found that neither Ruan Xian Yu nor Zhuoluo had made the slightest movement yet. Pushing his true chi slightly, Yang Kai broke open the barrier around them, and upon seeing the state of Ruan Xian Yu and Zhuoluo, he was suddenly relieved. The charm monster was probably afraid that when she was absorbing Yang Kai and Yun Xuana's blood essence, her other prey would take the chance to escape, so she had used some method to make the latter too faint. "Rest for a while, they'll wake up soon," Yang Kai sighed. Yun Xian still lay there quietly sobbing, her tears streaming down her face, not paying any attention to Yang Kai. Knowing she was not in a stable state right now, Yang Kai no longer spoke. Yang Kai silently sat on the ground and circulated his true chi to refine the myriad drug milk's medicinal efficacies. This was the first time he had used the myriad drug milk to heal his injuries, and although he knew it was comparable to a spirit-grade healing pill, Yang Kai quickly discovered that he had far underestimated its potency. The throbbing pain in his lower abdomen quickly disappeared and was replaced with a slightly cool sensation, and he could even physically feel his muscle and flesh regrow and seal itself. Taking advantage of this quiet interlude, Yang Kai pulled his divine sense into his knowledge sea and absorbed the spiritual energy remnant left behind by the charm monster. Time passed slowly. Half a day later, Ruan Xian Yu and Zhuoluo revived from their forced sleep. Seeming unable to figure out just what had happened and what their situation was after regaining consciousness, the two of them stared at each other in confusion. A moment later, the pair finally remembered what happened before they were put to sleep. Ruan Xianyu's expression immediately underwent a great change as she glanced down at herself, and only after she discovered that her clothes were still intact did she let out a sigh of relief. Zhuoluo looked around, and upon catching sight of something his eyes shot open. He found that not far away, the charm monster that had so easily killed over a dozen bold independent union disciples and a transcendent realm master had died a horrible death. Her once beautiful body beaten almost beyond recognition and her head completely broken open. Yun Xian sat a short distance away as well, her arms wrapped around her knees. A look of helplessness spread across her face, and although she was no longer crying, her eyes were thoroughly red and inflamed. She was currently staring straight at Yang Kai, who was meditating a few steps away from her. Yun Xian, are you okay? Zhuoluo hurried over and asked. However, Yun Xian didn't even respond to his presence. What happened? How did the charm monster die? Did some passing master take action to save us? Zhuoluo continually asked several questions. This time he was certain all of them would die, yet now he discovered he had survived. Naturally, Zhuoluo was a little excited. Stop talking for a moment. Ruan Xianyu cut him off as her eyes narrowed. She had quickly noticed that Yun Xian's current state was somewhat off and quickly came forward, kneeling in front of Yun Xian, biting her thin lip as she hesitated for a moment before softly asking, Yun Xian, can you tell me what happened? But Yun Xian still said nothing and only kept staring at Yang Kai. Yun Xian's dazed look suddenly made Zhuoluo's expression sink, as he turned a cold glare towards Yang Kai. Ah, were you injured? Ruan Xian, finally noticed the wound on Yun Xian's lower abdomen. Although it had mostly been healed by the myriad drug liquid and was currently bandaged, the dried blood was still quite obvious. Injured? Let me take a look. Zhuoluo was shocked and quickly came over to inspect the wound. Hearing these shameless words, Ruan Xian shot a cold glare towards Zhuoluo and snorted, signaling him in a not-so-subtle way to stand back. Stretching out her hand and taking Yun Xian's pulse, Ruan Xian whispered, no obvious problems besides some slight weakness, but she should be able to recover with a few days of rest. What's this strange scent? Ruan Xian's brow suddenly wrinkled. She smelled an unusual scent on Yun Xian. It was a bit sour and quite unlike the iron smell of blood. Listening to her say this, Zhuoluo suddenly sniffed the air, and upon smelling a familiar odor, his expression became gloomy. Glancing at Yun Xian's current state, then at Yang Kai's bare upper body as well as the unrecognizable charm monster's corpse, Zhuoluo suddenly understood what had happened while he had been unconscious. He was a veteran in this field and had already been with countless women, so while Ruan Xian, who still had no experience in these matters, didn't know what this scent was, he did. His face suddenly twisting in anger, Zhuoluo's true qi began welling up uncontrollably. What are you doing? Ruan Xian said in a disgruntled tone as she stared at Zhuoluo, unable to understand why he had suddenly become angry. Zhuoluo just stared gloomily at Yun Xian and quickly said, Yun Xian, have you already been tarnished by that little brat? Hearing this, the dazed Yun Xian finally reacted, her tender body trembling slightly. Noticing this sudden change, Ruan Xian immediately covered her mouth and suddenly remembered what had happened before she was knocked unconscious. Yun Xian and that boy named Yang Kai had already fallen under the charm monster's control, and knowing the charm monster's habits, she would definitely have caused something to happen between them. The joy of surviving this disaster had temporarily made her neglect this point. Yun Xian, is that true? Ruan Xian beautiful face paled as she whispered hesitantly. Although she and Yun Xian had some issues between them, in truth, she still respected Yun Xian because of the latter's identity was somewhat different from hers. Yun Xian's tears began falling again as she buried her head in her knees and sobbed softly. Sure enough, Zhuoluo almost went insane. He had been pursuing Yun Xian for a long time now yet had never once earned her favor. Yet now in this deserted wilderness, her beautiful body had been defiled by some unknown little bastard. A huge sense of shame exploded inside Zhuoluo's heart, and his aura quickly became dangerous. Coldly staring at Yang Kai, who was meditating nearby, Zhuoluo smiled fiercely and began walking towards him. Zhuoluo, what do you want to do? Ruan Xian exclaimed. Zhuoluo sneered. What do I want to do? Haha, what else can I do? This little brat stole Yun Xian's innocence. What do you think I should do? I want him to pay for that sin with his life. As he spoke, his pace suddenly quickened as he menacingly shot towards Yang Kai. Stop! Xian, you left Yun Xian's side, rushed over and grabbed Zhou Luo. Don't do this. You still want to protect him? Zhou Luo looked at Xian sarcastically. What does this little brat have to do with you? What reason do you have to protect him? We haven't figured out what happened yet. You just killing him like this doesn't seem right. Does it? What else is there to figure out? Yun Xian already admitted it. Zhou Luo roared. And what does that have to do with you? Xian, you asked coldly, staring at Zhou Luo with disdain. What exactly do you think you are to Yun Xian? Move! Zhou Luo shouted furiously, unleashing his strength and shoving Xian aside. I truly am not anything to Yun Xian yet, but I definitely won't allow any other man than me to touch her. This little brat must die. Otherwise, I won't be able to dispel the anger in my heart. Saying so, Zhou Luo threw out a punch filled with murderous intent straight towards the unsuspecting Yang Kai's face. No! Yun Xian's panic-stricken cry rang out from behind them. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Luo's rage only increased and his determination to kill Yang Kai became even stronger. He would send this brat to hell with a single strike. Xian, who was knocked off balance and had fallen to the ground, turned her head away, unable to bear what would happen next. Zhou Luo was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage and had launched a sneak attack against an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage kid. How this would end was not difficult to imagine, not to mention the fact that his target seemed to be injured. Just as this heavy punch was about to slam into Yang Kai's face, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and one of his hands clawed forward, grabbing hold of Zhou Luo's incoming strike. Zhou Luo's violent momentum, like a gale that had just encountered a mountain, was instantly blocked. Yang Kai didn't move, only staring coldly at Zhou Luo in front of him as he grinned coldly. Friend? What are your intentions? Zhou Luo was clearly stunned. The punch he had put all his strength behind being easily caught by a kid much younger and 2 minor realms below than him was a scenario he found difficult to believe. His expression changing greatly, Zhou Luo suddenly discovered that he somewhat couldn't understand this boy. Stunned for only a moment, Zhou Luo quickly came to his senses and roared, I want you to die! Yang Kai sneered, You want me to die? I'm afraid you don't have the skill. Empty boasts. Zhou Luo leapt back 2 steps and summoned a trident-shaped artifact into his hands. When this artifact appeared, it gave off a cold, murderous intent. As he poured his true qi into it, the trident hummed as a brilliant radiance emerged from its head. Instantly concentrating all of his strength, Zhou Luo threw the trident out. The trident soared forward like a mighty tiger. Its jaws opened wide, wanting to rip apart Yang Kai. Zhou Luo obviously didn't want to waste any more time with Yang Kai. He wanted to kill him as quickly as possible to relieve his hate. Yang Kai snorted, his expression becoming cold and solemn. Zhou Luo directing such thick killing intent towards him for some contrived grievance had angered him greatly. Yang Kai's figure flickered and easily avoided the attack of the trident. His entire body's strength erupting, Yang Kai's momentum and aura instantly underwent an earth-shaking change, causing Zhou Luo to unconsciously tremble in fear. With Yang Kai as its center, an invisible pressure wave burst forth, sending a strong gust of wind rolling in every direction. Yun Xian stopped crying and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, completely shocked by this sudden transformation, even briefly forgetting everything she had just endured. Even Xian, you couldn't help gaping as she stared dumbfounded at this scene. Hong hong hong. Yang Kai stepped out rapidly, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake and in the blink of an eye rushed to Zhou Luo's side. Under the latter's stunned gaze, a violent burst of true qi slammed into his chest. With a pitiful scream, Zhou Luo was sent flying like a paper basket, a trail of blood spurting from his mouth, making for a miserable sight. Yang Kai stared coldly but did not immediately pursue. Zhou Luo's body fell heavily to the ground, but he quickly climbed up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cruel light flashing across his eyes. Playing the pig to eat a tiger? You really are a despicable bastard. It was only at this moment that he clearly realized that Yang Kai's true strength was far beyond what an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator should possess. Being able to heavily wound an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage with a single blow was not something an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage kid should be capable of. Xianxia, help me kill him. After experiencing Yang Kai's strength, Zhou Luo not only did not give up, but wanted to pull Xianxia in to help him as well. Right now, he is not this kid's opponent, but with Xianxia's help it should be possible to beat him, right? Even if Yang Kai was a rare freak, he was still just an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator. Zhou Luo was absolutely determined to take Yang Kai's life today. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. Him not killing Zhou Luo with his last blow was because he still had scruples about offending bold independent union. Yang Kai wasn't willing to stir up more trouble than necessary, but he hadn't expected that him showing mercy had caused his enemy to underestimate him. Turning his gaze towards Xianxia, Yang Kai saw that the latter has not recovered from her initial shock and still had a stunned expression on her face. If this woman really agreed to Zhou Luo's proposal, Yang Kai didn't mind slaughtering both of them. Xianxia, Zhou Luo shouted again. Xianxia finally reacted, frowning deeply as she shot back. Are you stupid? Why should I kill him for no reason? Zhou Luo's face went from red to blue as he glared hatefully at Xianxia. Even you want to speak up for him? What? Did you also fuck him while I was knocked out? Zhou Luo's rampant words immediately enraged Xianxia as she angrily shouted, Nonsense! Come to your senses, Zhou Luo. Stop making a scene. Haha. Making a scene? Zhou Luo smiled wickedly, as if his previous insult was actually the truth. At this moment, Yun Xian stood up slowly and cast a faint glance towards Yang Kai, taking a deep breath before letting out a long sigh. Luo, stop. If you dare attack him again, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhou Luo froze up, a stunned look appearing on his face as he stared towards Yun Xian incredulously. A moment later, shaking his head, he muttered, Really nothing but a cheap slut. As soon as your body was tainted by him, you also surrendered your heart? Yun Xian became angry out of shame and coldly declared, What happened just now is my business. I don't need to discuss anything with you. I can handle my own matters myself. Handle your own matters? Ha. Zhou Luo laughed like a madman. He had gone completely crazy, his gaze gradually becoming hostile as he hatefully glared at Yun Xian and Xianxia. Zhou Luo's expression filled with distress and disdain. Reaching out and summoning his trident back to his hand, he sneered. Since you insist on acting so, then don't blame me for not showing due respect. But first, I'm going to butcher this brat. Seeing him like this, Yun Xian just slowly shook her head. You don't have such ability. Even you say that. Zhou Luo roared. Yang Kai had just despised him so, and now Yun Xian was saying almost exactly the same thing. Zhou Luo had never felt more humiliated in his life, grinding his teeth in rage as he shouted, If that's what you think, then open your eyes and see if this Zhou Luo has the ability. Saying so, a violent true qi erupted and several plate-sized light balls suddenly emerged from his body. Not good. Xianxia's beautiful face paled. Zhou Luo's lost it. This move was Zhou Luo's most powerful martial skill, and he would almost never use it. But at this moment, facing Yang Kai, he had actually brought it out. Obviously, he had lost his ability to judge the situation and was acting purely based on his hatred and anger. As she shouted, Xianxia quickly retreated, lest she be affected as well, not forgetting to drag Yun Xian away with her as she fell back. Yang Kai remained silent and stood watching until the energy balls around Zhou Luo's body completely formed, a dignified expression filling his faces. He could tell that these energy balls contained a terrifying amount of power. But he was not afraid. The light balls suddenly flew out while Zhou Luo simultaneously threw his trident, the two attacks complementing each other, increasing the lethality of this attack several times compared to the one Yang Kai had just dodged. This attack contained the full strength of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage cultivator. Be careful, Yun Xian exclaimed, and her face blushing red after she spoke. She didn't know why she had just tried to warn Yang Kai. She felt that the relationship between the two of them, because of the experience they just shared, had become somewhat strange. There was no doubt she hated this boy who had taken away her purity amongst the previous chaos, especially because he was at least 7 or 8 years younger than her. But she also couldn't bring herself to watch him die. Originally, Xianxia thought that if anyone was going to kill him it would be her. That way she could wipe away her shame and then commit suicide to end everything once and for all. A mess of difficult and unpleasant emotions swirled about in her heart, which somehow led to her being unable to bear seeing Yang Kai in danger and warn him. Seeing Xianxia glance at her oddly in the next instant, Xianxia couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Xianxia's womanly instincts ignited. Don't ask me. Xianxia was red from the top of her head all the way down her neck, her heart tossing and turning chaotically. Xianxia immediately chose to remain silent. Hong hong hong. Not far away, Zhou Luo's attack had already hit its mark, and the energy it contained exploded, engulfing Yang Kai, leaving the latter path of escape. The two women couldn't help covering their mouths, trembling slightly at the sight. Pa pa pa. A rapid set of bangs rang out and the blast of energy was quickly dispersed in a series of explosions, quickly revealing Yang Kai's figure. He was completely unharmed, only the wound on his abdomen, because of his rapid movement, had opened again, causing his face to go slightly pale. Zhou Luo couldn't help taking a few steps back as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, muttering over and over again, "Impossible!" No one in the Immortal Ascension boundary could withstand his killing strike, much less do so and emerge completely unscathed. Yet this brat in front of him had done just that. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai walked forward slowly, his expression incomparably ugly. His injuries were on the verge of healing, but because he was dragged into this ridiculous fight, his condition had worsened once again. Naturally, he wanted to end things quickly. I originally didn't want to kill you, but looking back now, there was never any reason for me to spare your life. Saying so, his figure suddenly disappeared. Zhou Luo's eyes bulged as he sensed the approach of a deadly crisis. But before he could mount any kind of defense, he felt massive impact on his chest. The sound of bones shattering rang out like rice being poured into a pot. Yang Kai's figure once again appeared in front of him, but Zhou Luo no longer had the ability to move. All of his bones had been smashed and his 5 viscera, 6 organs had been pulverized. He was now nothing more than a sack of meat. His vitality had been completely eliminated. Cough. Yang Kai staggered 2 steps before managing to stabilize himself again, his hand covered in wounds as fresh blood flowed down his fingers. Casting a glance towards the distant Xianxia, he found that this woman actually had a trace of excitement on her face. Whether it was happiness or not, he couldn't tell. Shaking his head helplessly, he no longer paid any attention to her, hurriedly sitting down and continuing to heal himself. Xianxia, who had nearly lost her ability to think after everything she had just seen, hesitantly asked, "What should we do about this?" "Do about what?" Xianxia asked softly, gently gasping for breath, obviously still quite weak. "He killed Zhou Luo. Do you want to seek revenge?" Xianxia turned her head and stared at Xianxia coldly, the latter clearly noticing a trace of hostility and vigilance in the other party's eyes. "That's not what I meant," Xianxia quickly stated. "It's just that even though Zhou Luo was an annoying bastard, he was still a captain of one of the Union's teams. Him dying in front of us? Haven't enough people died today already?" Zhou Luo was clearly in the wrong here, now that he's dead and gone. This kind of trash, no one will miss him. Him remaining, in the end, would have only brought more trouble to the Union. And, after returning to the Union, I'll make a full report to the higher-ups. You don't need to concern yourself over it." Xianxia said faintly. After half a day, Xianxia had somewhat managed to stabilize herself, and after reflecting on things, she no longer felt completely helpless. Although she was still lost and confused, she had at least regained her calm. You really, towards him." Xianxia's look became ambiguous. "What's so good about him?" Xianxia blushed again and muttered under her breath, "Don't say any more." As she whispered so, She snuck a glance over at Yang Kai before quickly averting her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she did so. You get some rest. I'll handle everything else here. Yuan Xenu sighed and swept her eyes over the dead bodies and chaotic battlefield around her, rubbing her forehead as she felt a big headache coming on. Yun Xian nodded lightly and sat down, crossing her legs and closing her eyes while controlling her breathing. Inside the forest, Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu leaned against a big tree, both of them feeling incredibly weak. Yun Xian was both emotionally and physically tired, while Ruan Xianyu was mentally and physically tired. Both of them took to resting against this big tree for quite some time before they gradually recovered. There was still one big lingering question on Ruan Xianyu's mind though, and that was how the charm monster, who had easily killed Sun Ying, ended up dying in such a miserable fashion. At that time, she was unconscious, and Yang Kai and Yun Xian were concealed inside the charm monster's barrier. So even if she was awake, she wouldn't have known what had happened. After taking care of the aftermath around here, Ruan Xianyu asked Yun Xian about this. Yun Xian hesitated for a while before briefly explaining what had happened. Ruan Xianyu, of course, was immediately shocked. He killed her. Yun Xian nodded lightly, glancing over at Yang Kai, who was still meditating not far away, a look of confusion flashing across her face. You're kidding, right? Ruan Xianyu quickly realized something wasn't right. Even if that charm monster's body wasn't strong, her spiritual energy is much stronger than an ordinary transcendent. Before she died, if she had used any kind of divine sense attack, it should have been enough to kill him. What kind of ability does he have to be able to survive such an attack? I don't know. Yun Xian shook her head. I only saw the scene where he killed the charm monster. I don't remember anything else. Then when you and him... Don't ask. Yun Xian's face suddenly became awkward. Although she was poisoned at the time and her memory was quite vague, she would still remember some blurry images from time to time, and while her mind may not remember much, her body's feelings were still quite vivid, especially the tearing pain she felt in her most private depths. Remembering that one instant caused Yun Xian's face to blush red. He's really a strange person. Ruan Xian, you seem to have some interest in Yang Kai. Only a trivial Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator, yet capable of killing a charm monster. On top of that, even Zhuoluo couldn't take a single blow from him. Zhuoluo was the captain of a small team in Bold Independent Union. Regarding his strength, neither Ruan Xianyu nor Yun Xian were his opponent. Therefore, Yang Kai easily being able to kill him meant if he wanted to, he could also kill both of them. You've really picked up a treasure, if you can pull him into the Union. Ruan Xianyu's eyes flashed as she thought about such prospects. Even if I could win him over, what of it? Ji Hong, all of them. They're all dead. Yun Xian's face sank, remembering how the team members she had been together with for over 3 years had all died, none of them having even seen their enemy before being cruelly murdered. She couldn't help feeling a deep pain in her heart. On top of that, I don't know if he would even be willing to join Bold Independent Union. If you don't want to win him over, then let me try. Ruan Xianyu leapt up, an eager look of excitement appearing on her face. So many of our members died, so there's a need to do some recruitment. You're not allowed to have any ideas about him. Yun Xian immediately objected. Tsh, such a fickle woman. You say you have no interest in him and don't want to rope him in, but you also won't allow me to try. What is this? In any case, you're not allowed. Yun Xian said seriously. Fine, I won't argue with you since you're wounded right now. I'll give you some face. Ruan Xianyu laughed. Although the two of them had been at odds before, after surviving this life-threatening crisis, the bad feelings between the two of them had diminished significantly and their mutual grudge has basically disappeared, allowing them to interact far more harmoniously. As the two were speaking, they suddenly heard a long breath. The two women glanced over towards Yang Kai and saw him open his eyes. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed yet, his complexion was much better than before. As if aware of their gazes, Yang Kai also glanced over at them, and when his eyes met with Yun Xian's, his expression became a little unnatural. As for Yun Xian, she quickly averted her gaze as her tender body slightly trembled, remembering the fierce battle the two of them had fought. Her entire body couldn't help becoming somewhat hot. Xianxia obviously saw their reactions and faintly smiled, beckoning to Yang Kai as she called out, "Little brother, come over here." Yang Kai coughed lightly and stood up, walking over to the two young women and sitting down in front of them, his expression calm and composed. Xianxia's pair of beautiful eyes swayed as she glanced over Yang Kai's naked upper body, a touch of admiration flaring up inside her. She had never noticed before, but this young man's physique was really quite good. His muscles were firm yet not bulky and seemed to contain an explosive power. It was no wonder he had dared to lure the charm monster in close in order to find an opportunity to kill her. "How is your injury?" Xianxia asked. "I won't die." Yang Kai grinned. "Your body's not bad," Xianxia said, throwing him a coquettish look. Her overt actions obviously made Xian unhappy and earned her a gentle pinch. Yang Kai awkwardly scratched his nose and began to say, "Yesterday?" "Nothing happened yesterday." Xian quickly interrupted him, trying to deceive both him and herself. Hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned but quickly laughed. "That's for the best." He thought this woman would cling to him and make a tearful scene, but unexpectedly she reacted so calmly and indicated she didn't want to bring up yesterday's episode again. Her thoughts lined up well with Yang Kai's intentions. The event of yesterday was not something Yang Kai had done willingly, but under the influence of the charm monster's spiritual energy toxin. Both of them were unable to help themselves, and Yang Kai also intended on luring in the charm monster, so he could only make the best of a bad situation. Dealing with an enemy like the charm monster, if he couldn't get close to her and get her to drop her guard, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill her. "Humph." Xianxia immediately became disgruntled and glared at Yang Kai. "Nothing happened? Do you intend on eating a meal and then skipping out on the bill?" "Xian saying so is barely acceptable, but what about you? Do you not dare admit your own mistakes?" "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai asked. The concerned parties were willing to let the matter drop, yet now this Xianxia suddenly decided to butt in. Obviously this made Yang Kai feel a bit bewildered. "I want you to take responsibility, of course," Xianxia said crisply. "The innocence Xian protected for 30 years was robbed by you. Don't tell me you don't feel the slightest bit responsible?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked at Xianxia with great interest. "Weren't you both enemies? Why are you suddenly fighting for her?" Xianxia simply sneered. "How I relate to her is none of your damn business. Right now, I'm standing up for her as a fellow woman. Helping her seek justice is only natural." "Are you also a virgin?" Yang Kai evilly chuckled. Xianxia's face went stiff as she scolded, "Bastard!" raising her hand to smack Yang Kai across his face. She suddenly stopped and thought her actions weren't quite right. She was definitely not his opponent, so she could only retract her hand and gnash her teeth indignantly. Blushing. "Good," Xian interjected. "Xnu, this is my own matter. I'll solve it myself. You don't have to say any more." Xianxia was helpless, shooting a hateful glare towards Yang Kai before turning her gaze away and snorting. Turning her attention to Yang Kai, Xian's beauty eyes clouded over somewhat as she stared absent-mindedly. After a long time, Xian finally said, "I want to ask you a few things, and seeing how I've just eaten such a big loss, I hope you can answer me honestly." "Go ahead." "If I can, I won't conceal anything." Yang Kai gently nodded and replied frankly. "Who exactly are you? What is your true cultivation?" Xian asked seriously. Obviously she wanted to know more about this young man who had obtained her purity. "Like I told you before, I'm just a traveler from a very remote place. As to where exactly I'm from, I can't describe it clearly. As for my cultivation realm, it's exactly as you can see, Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage. I haven't made any attempt to conceal this point." Yang Kai replied truthfully, pausing for a moment before adding, "Well, but my Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivation isn't quite the same as an ordinary cultivator. In the Immortal Ascension Boundary, I'm probably an invincible existence." "Shameless boasting," Xianxia snorted. Although she felt he was somewhat exaggerating, remembering his previous performance, he indeed had some impressive strength. "What is your relationship with Shui Ling of Water Spirit Temple?" Why does she care so much about you? Xianxia asked again. My relationship with her is not what you think. We can only be regarded as normal friends. The reason she cares about me is probably because I helped her when she found herself in a difficult situation. Xianxia gently nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer, thinking for a moment before continuing. Why did you insist on following us on this mission? Inside the mine, why didn't you clearly state what kind of danger there was? Since you're so strong, when my bold independent union disciples were being killed, why didn't you take action sooner and instead waited until... She dropped her guard. This time, as Xianxia asked, her tone gradually became somewhat excited. However, Yang Kai just calmly shook his head. You're suspicious of my intentions, right? You suspect that I have some kind of ulterior motive for entering bold independent city. However, you can rest assured that everything I've told you is the truth. Deciding to follow you on this mission was really because I wanted to return the favor I owed you for delivering me that piece of sky cicada jade. And now that I've saved your life, I'd say our debts are cleared. As for not warning you back inside the mine, if you recall, I did try to warn you, but you didn't trust me and I couldn't provide any evidence. If I had tried to say anything more, you would have only become even more suspicious of me, so I decided to say nothing. In any case, our relationship wasn't that close. We couldn't even be considered friends. So the lives of your bold independent union disciples were irrelevant to me. Finally, regarding me waiting for the charm monster to drop her guard, if she didn't show any opening, how was I supposed to kill her? If I had really tried to fight her head-on, I might not necessarily have been her opponent. You should have realized just how powerful her spiritual energy was. As for obtaining your innocence, although it wasn't my intention, that truly was my fault, so however you want to beat or curse me, I won't object. In any case, what's done is done. Saying so, Yang Kai's attitude became one of a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. Hearing his gruff dismissal, Xianxia ground her teeth and wanted to curse, but also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Yang Kai had chosen Xianxia. If he had instead picked her, she would have been the one to suffer. Thinking so, Xianxia couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. Although she was quite optimistic about this boy's potential, it wasn't to the point where she would freely offer up her body to win him over. If such a thing had really happened to her, Xianxia felt she would probably have tried to hack him to pieces with her sword. In comparison, Xianxia's tolerance was quite strong. Xianxia was also quite upset. Obviously, she was the one who had suffered the biggest loss here, but now Yang Kai was the one putting on a wronged expression. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia slowly calmed herself, and upon opening her eyes, she gave Yang Kai an indifferent glare. Yang Kai! Xianxia muttered softly. Yang Kai replied softly. You're a real animal, Xianxia said gently. And Yang Kai blushed somewhat awkwardly. After such a big event where everyone who survived was physically and mentally exhausted, although they knew that the metal-devouring beasts that were buried below wouldn't die so easily, whether it was Xianxia or Xianxia, neither of them had any desire to dig them out right now. Instead, Xianxia took out a small universe bag and handed it to Yang Kai. What's this? Yang Kai asked, somewhat confused. Your spoils? Xianxia grinned. While you were resting, I took it off of the charm monster. Guess what was inside? Yang Kai paused for a moment before offhandedly saying, probably a bunch of valuable refined metals. How did you know? Xianxia immediately felt like something was caught in her throat. Yang Kai simply grinned. The charm monster previous said that those metal-devouring beasts were hers. Since that was the case, then these monster beasts showing up here wasn't an accident but the deliberate actions of the charm monster. She let them devour the sun tin ore and then collected their refined products. Moreover, when we were exploring the mine, we never found any traces of refined minerals excreted by the metal-devouring beasts. Everything must have been collected by the charm monster and stored inside her universe bag. Yang Kai's sudden analysis made Xianxia's beautiful eyes shine brilliantly. Xianxia also began seeing him in a better light. I'd never have guessed it, but it seems your wit is also quite sharp. Smiling as she followed up, there's a lot of refined sun tin inside that bag. If you take it and sell it all, You can earn a lot of crystal stones. Xianxia thought about it for a while before throwing the universe bag back to Xianxia and shaking his head. You lost so much this time after returning, you'll need to offer bold independent unions some kind of explanation, so you should hold on to these things. Xianxia smiled happily and accepted. She had also thought of this point, but seeing how the charm monster was basically killed by Xianxia single-handedly, she had still offered the battle spoils to him first. Xianxia opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but eventually chose not to. We should leave here now. I'll escort you two to a nearby town. Xianxia got up first. This sentence made Xianxia somewhat confused as she turned a slightly suspicious look towards him. This place was on the border of bold independent unions territory. 2 or 3 days' journey was a small city that the group had passed on their way here. Half a day later, the group of 3 left the forest and in a small nearby village. Xianxia rented a carriage and let Xianxia and Xianxia sit inside while he acted as the driver and proceeded towards the city. This bit of gentle consideration improved Xianxia's impression of him and even caused Xianxia to smile softly. After the 2 women chatted idly for a while, Xianxia succumbed to her fatigue and fell asleep. Xianxia, now bored, hopped out of the carriage and sat side by side with Xianxia, resting her head on her delicate hand as she stared fixedly at Xianxia, who was himself concentrating on waving the whip. "Why are you staring at me?" Being observed in such a manner made Xianxia feel somewhat uncomfortable. "I'm just thinking about who or what you are." Xianxia grinned. "You were injured so heavily, yet now you're basically bursting with energy? My resilience is just a bit better than ordinary people." "I noticed." Xianxia gently nodded. "Being young is good. You consider yourself old?" Xianxia laughed as he glanced over at her. "Compared to you at least. I'm almost 30 years old, the same as Xianxia." Xianxia laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. "Between you and Xianxia, what happened? Previously you two couldn't stand being together, but now you're practically acting like family. Are all women so fickle?" When Xianxia asked this, Xianxia fell silent, her pretty face flashing a trace of sadness. Seeing this unexpected reaction, Xianxia knew he had asked something he shouldn't have and quickly shrugged. "If you don't want to say it, just pretend I never asked." However, Xianxia shook her head and muttered, "We really should have been one whole family. Do you know what Xianxia's real status is?" "I only know that her identity is not simple," Xianxia replied casually. Whether it was Grandmaster Ma from the Artifact Hall or the former Transcendent Realm Master Sun Ying, both of their attitudes towards Xianxia were quite polite and accommodating, even somewhat respectful. If she was just an ordinary bold independent union disciple, such a display would have been impossible. "It's really not simple." Xianxia quietly glanced back, and upon seeing Xianxia still asleep, she quietly said, "Xianxia is actually the daughter of the union's current master." Xianxia couldn't help stared at her blankly. "That's right. Bold independent union's union master. Then why is she?" With such an identity, Xianxia shouldn't be out here in the forest completing missions, but instead be occupying some important position. On top of that, she didn't have the demeanor that the young lady of a big force should have. "She has her reasons." Xianxia took a soft breath. "I can tell you, but you have to promise not to spread it around." "Do I look like someone who likes to gossip?" Xianxia gave her a blank look. Xianxia looked at him seriously for a moment before nodding. Xianxia had a younger brother with extraordinary aptitude. Even at a very young age, he displayed talent comparable to any core disciple of a first-class sect. But because of our bold independent union special system, the Union Lord intentionally let him start from the bottom of the ladder, making him go out and participate in missions as part of a team just like any other ordinary disciple. He performed quite well, and from his initial position, he quickly rose to become a team captain who was highly respected by his team members. Seemingly remembering this sweet past, Xianxia's face overflowed with smiles as she rambled on about a few random anecdotes. Although these things seemed irrelevant to Xianxia, he didn't interrupt her reminiscence. "However, if you often walk next to the river, how can your shoes not get wet?" Xianxia's voice suddenly fell a lot. On what was supposed to be a routine mission, the young lord unfortunately died, and his team was almost completely annihilated, with only one member barely managing to survive. Xianxia loved her younger brother very much, so when he died, she blamed the Union Lord, saying that if it weren't for his stubborn insistence that the young lord work his way up from the bottom of the Union, he wouldn't have suffered such a fate. After that, Xianxia announced that she would discard her identity as the first young lady and like her young brother work her way up from the grassroots level of bold independent Union. Xianxia's eyes were a little red as her voice gradually began to choke up. Yang Kai remained silent and indifferent, not showing any outward changes in expression. She obviously made that choice in protest against the Union Lord and also to complete the task the young lord had failed to finish. Xianxia sighed. Do you know why Xianxia doesn't hate you for taking her innocence, even not showing any meaning of trying to hold you responsible? Why? Because when her brother died, he just happened to be 20 years old at the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage. Xianxia smiled miserably and added, seeing you now, like this, alive and well, she simply can't bring herself to hate you. Yang Kai gently took a breath and thought for a moment before asking, the only survivor from her younger brother's team was you, right? Xianxia was dumbfounded, but soon nodded gently. Your head is really quite good. And I was a member of the young lord's team, and the only reason I survived was because he saved me. That's why Xianxia and I were at odds. However, I know she wasn't trying to blame me. She just couldn't bear to face me, because every time she sees me, she can't help thinking about him. Were you in love with him? Yang Kai grinned. Xianxia glanced at him and blushed. Why would you ask that? It's all in the past now. Fine. Then why are you telling me all this? Yang Kai shook his head. You're so smart. How can you not understand after everything I just said? Xianxia glared at Yang Kai hatefully, silently criticizing this little bastard for still trying to play dumb at this point. Yang Kai put away his wry grin and wore a serious expression, only shaking his head and speaking after a long silence. I won't join bold independent Union. Nothing you say could persuade me otherwise. Although I sympathize with Xianxia's experience, and I admire her persistence, I have my own things I need to do. You bastard! Xianxia shouted. After gaining such a big advantage, you want to just walk away? What kind of advantage did I get? You have the gall to ask that? You and Xianxia. You? What? You know in your own heart? Xianxia was incredibly angry, not understanding how this young man could act so shamelessly, clearly knowing what she wanted to say yet pretending otherwise just to embarrass her. In any case, you need to take responsibility. Xianxia immediately played rouge. If you don't join bold independent Union, I'll report everything that happened to the Union's leadership and have them chase you down. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at her and smiled grimly. Xianxia felt a cold chill run up her spine and couldn't help clenching her fists, trembling as she asked, What do you want to say? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and slowly muttered, The moon is hidden, and it's a good night. Xianxia's beautiful face went pale as she quickly recalled everything that had happened earlier. If this youth really wanted to silence her here, she wouldn't be able to resist. If he were to silence her here, in this vast wilderness, no one would be able to find her body. Just as she was feeling afraid, Xianxia's gentle voice rang out behind her. You too! Don't make such terrible jokes. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then quickly spat out her tongue towards Yang Kai before hopping back into the carriage. A moment later, she emerged again, supporting Xianxia as the two of them sat together beside Yang Kai, breathing in the crisp night air. Do you really want to leave? Xianxia asked Yang Kai, a trace of melancholy upon her face. Yang Kai nodded sternly. Fine, bold independent Union is too small to accommodate someone like you. It's for the best that you go out and see the rest of the world. Xianxia tightly gripped her clothes, feeling slightly cold as she muttered, Regardless, I should still thank you for this time. Are you stupid? Xianxia stared at her incredulously. If it weren't for him, Uncle Sun and Ji Hong's deaths would have gone unavenged and we would both be dead. Naturally, we should thank him. Xianxia's brow furrowed and had to admit Xianxia had a point. If there was no Yang Kai this time, everyone from Bold Independent Union would have been wiped out with no one ever knowing the truth. No need for thanks. I was just protecting myself. Yang Kai shook his head. Yun Xian smiled and said no more, a while later whispering, Xinu, help me back inside. It's a little cold tonight. N. Ruan Xinu nodded and helped Yun Xian get back into the carriage. Soon, a soft breathing could be heard coming from inside, and Yang Kai looked back to see the two women sleeping in each other's embracing, a look of calm upon their faces. After 3 days of traveling, the group of 3 arrived at Raging Flame City. Even before arriving at the city, Yang Kai felt a hot wind blowing towards him, and even the ground beneath his feet seemed warm to the touch. The horses that drew the cart all shed sweat as they trotted by. This kind of heat made Yang Kai feel very comfortable, and he couldn't help breathing in the local atmosphere. The special environment of Rag 7 Ing Flame City also attracted a large number of masters who cultivated fire attribute secret arts and martial skills. No one knew why Raging Flame City was like this, but those who cultivated fire attribute secret arts and martial skills all clearly felt that cultivating here was much more efficient than in other places. It seemed like even the air here was infused with fire attribute yuan qi far denser than ordinary. It was rumored that a huge magma river ran deep beneath Raging Flame City, which had led to the creation of this unique environment. But rumors were only rumors, and no one had yet been able to confirm this one. Standing here, Yang Kai fully released his divine sense and could indeed detect a rich flame attribute yuan qi deep underground. His original intention was to escort Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu to Raging Flame City and then leave. After all, there was a branch of Bold Independent Union in this city, so arriving here would mean they had essentially returned to Bold Independent Union. But the two women insisted that he stay to rest before setting out again. Yang Kai thought about it and eventually agreed. After all, his injuries had yet to fully heal. Once their identities were confirmed and they entered Raging Flame City, Raging Flame City's City Lord Ji Yen quickly came out to greet them. Ji Yen was a first-order transcendent, the same level cultivator as Sun Ing. Because he cultivated a fire attribute secret art, and his strength was quite good, he had been chosen as Raging Flame City's City Lord and charged with protecting this place. His presence here was a big boost to Bold Independent Union's control in the region. Ji Yen was a tall and burly man, and perhaps because of his fire attribute secret art, his skin was a bit dark with a hint of red. He had a bold and unrestrained appearance and laughed heartily as he personally brought Yun Xian to the city lord's mansion and arranged for a few maids to help them get cleaned up. Ji Yen was shocked to learn about the terrible tragedy that had befallen the 3 Bold Independent Union teams and quickly inquired about the situation's details. Ruan Xianyu and Yun Xian seemed to have reached a consensus on the road and did not expose Yang Kai's unusual strength, instead saying that a powerful master who had passed by had helped kill the charm monster and save their lives. This kind of consideration made Yang Kai very satisfied as he shot a grateful look towards the two women. He was quite worried that Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu would report everything that had happened, including his involvement. If they did, whether Ji Yen believed them or not, he would likely be forever tied to Bold Independent Union. Fortunately, Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu didn't sell him out. Their explanations were also reasonable, and when Ji Yen inquired about the passing master's appearance, Yun Xian gave him a brief yet fluent description. Nodding lightly, Ji Yen declared that this unknown master would be listed as a benefactor of Bold Independent Union. I have to report all this to the union's leadership. Yun girl, you haven't had time to recover from this shock, so you should rest here in Raging Flame City for a while. When your injuries have fully recovered, I will personally send you back to the union's headquarters, Ji Yen said before getting up and leaving. Nearly 20 Immortal Ascension boundary masters and a first-order transcendent had been killed. Naturally, Ji Yen had to quickly report such a major event to the union's leaders. Are you satisfied with this? Ruan Xianyu snorted, glancing over at Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortably. Very satisfied. Yang Kai scratched his nose. I'll leave here as soon as my injuries are fully healed. Go. The further the better. Ruan Xianyu thoroughly disliked Yang Kai by now. Yun Xian just shook her head and returned to her room, immediately lying down on her bed without saying a word. Excusing himself, Yang Kai also returned to his room, sat down, and began circulating his secret art while examining the benefits he obtained from the charm monster. The charm monster's residual spiritual energy still contained a fair amount of her special toxin, but this was easily purified by Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and solitary golden eye, leaving behind only a large amount of pure spiritual energy and the charm monster's insights into the heavenly law. Incorporating these moods and sentiments, Yang Kai began to comprehend some of the changes that had occurred to his knowledge sea and divine sense. Until now, his knowledge sea did not possess any attribute. Once a cultivator broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, they would open their knowledge sea inside their mind and condense their divine sense. Most knowledge seas were roughly the same and did not possess a specific attribute. However, there were some people whose knowledge seas could mutate due to various opportunities and acquire an attribute. For example, after Yang Kai absorbed the energy contained in the Jade True Spirit, his knowledge sea had acquired a flame attribute and become blisteringly hot. Others could possess ice knowledge seas, lightning knowledge seas, or even wind knowledge seas. Such attribute-type knowledge seas each had different strengths and weaknesses, but all of them were significantly more power and destructive than ordinary non-attribute knowledge seas. Yang Kai even wondered if he would receive some kind of unexpected boost if he used his conflagrated knowledge sea while performing alchemy. He had studied the many insights and experiences of various alchemy grandmasters recorded in the true alchemic way, but none of these alchemists had possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea, so he currently had no reference to follow. However, Yang Kai instinctually thought that using his conflagrated knowledge sea for alchemy would be more efficient and convenient than using his true qi. Mulling over this though for a while, Yang Kai eventually set it aside. After all, he was just getting started regarding alchemy, so now was not the time to perform wild experiments. Only after he had enough experience in alchemy could he begin to consider such matters. While he studied these various insights, time passed by quickly and the wound on his lower abdomen began healing at a rapid rate. The healing efficiency of the myriad drug milk was simply extraordinary. 3 days later, when the moon was full, Yun Xian hesitantly stood outside Yang Kai's room, her jade hand reaching out halfway, unable to work up the courage to knock on the door. As she was waffling back and forth, Xianxia suddenly appeared beside her and smiled wryly, startling Yun Xian. "You scared me. Why are you acting so sneaky?" Yun Xian's face blushed as she held her well-endowed chest and shot Xianxia a menacing look. "I think the real question is, what are you doing?" Xianxia whispered ambiguously. "You planning a night assault?" "Don't say it." Yun Xian's face became even redder, unconsciously remembering the spring scenery she had experienced a few days ago, trembling lightly as she did. Xianxia spat disdainfully and snorted. "After so many years of holding on to your purity, now that you've finally lost it, you can't help wanting to experience it again? What are you saying?" Yun Xian's eyes spun as she tried to argue. "He'll probably leave tomorrow. I just wanted to. Now that you've crossed the threshold, what reason do you have to hold yourself back? In any case, you already let him get away with it once. One more time won't make any difference, and who knows, maybe if you do this you can win his heart and make him stay here in the Union." Xianxia whispered sweet poison into Yun Xian's ear. In fact, Yun Xian really had such thoughts. Although she didn't plan on stopping Yang Kai from leaving, but she naturally wanted the man who had won her innocence to stay by her side. After so many years of hard work, sacrifice, and resentment, Yun Xian was quite tired, and she had begun thinking it wouldn't be a bad idea to find someone who she could rely on. But until now, no one had been able to enter her eyes. Coming here tonight was supposed to be her last attempt. But she hadn't expected to suddenly run into Xianxia and couldn't help instinctually trying to cover her motives up. Xianxia quickly inspected the other side of the door and discovered that Yang Kai's aura was calm and stable and was probably in meditation. Signaling with her eyes to Yun Xian, Xianxia silently encouraged her to seize the initiative and go on the offensive. But by now, Yun Xian was like a frightened rabbit, constantly shaking her head in panic. She couldn't understand what her heart wanted. Obviously, she had been defiled against her will. However, she couldn't bring herself to hate the young man who had attacked her, and even found herself desiring some kind of attachment to him. These conflicting emotions made Yun Xian feel both ashamed and embarrassed. If you don't try tonight, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Xianxia sighed lightly. If not for your own future, do it for the Union. This man's potential is enormous, and he will definitely become a strong pillar of our Union when he fully matures. Saying so, Xianxia's voice became a little excited as she grit her teeth and said, If you don't go, then I will. You? Why? Xian stared at her, dumbfounded. Humph. Xianxia straightened herself up and brushed her hair back behind her ear, putting on a look of a determined young maiden who inspired tenderness from those around her. Don't think I'm just spouting nonsense. Such a good helper. Even if you don't want him, I do. For my future, at worst, I just have to make a little sacrifice. In any case, I also need to find a man to marry. He's a good choice, although he's a bit young. He's also quite mature. Xian couldn't help muttering under her breath in disbelief. Were you always so debased? Xianxia's face went bright red as she shot back. What of it? Are you going in or not? Xian bit her thin lip and hesitated. The combination of Xianxia's hard and soft sell tactics caused her to waver. After thinking it over for a long time, Xian finally nodded, shyly pushed the door open, and went in. Humph. If I didn't force you so hard, you'd never have made up your mind. Xianxia snorted, quickly concealing her aura and perking up her ears to listen to the movements coming from inside the room. Inside his room, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shot open and his arm shot out, grabbing hold of the person who had entered and threw them onto the bed, holding a knife hand to their chest as he glared coldly at this intruder's face. He thought someone had snuck into his room to attack him, but upon seeing the face of his would-be assassin, Yang Kai couldn't help looking stunned. What are you doing? Xian did her best to act calm, her neck and face blushing a faint shade of red, not daring to look Yang Kai straight in the eye as she bit her lip and didn't say a word. Only her eyes filled with a look of affection, giving away her inner thoughts. Yang Kai was stunned, but as his thoughts quickly spun, he couldn't help muttering in shock, Don't tell me you're... Xian not offering the slightest resistance despite their awkward position made Yang Kai quickly realize the seriousness of the situation. So what if I am? Xian suddenly became emboldened, reaching up and turning the pair over, exchanging places with Yang Kai, pressing her hands lightly against Yang Kai's firm chest as her well-rounded bottom sat lightly upon his waist. Xian's beautiful eyes gazed down into his, her face now bright red and her breathing somewhat disordered. Last time, I was under the influence of the charm monster's poison and didn't get to feel anything. This time... Halfway through, she exhausted her newfound courage and couldn't say any more, quickly taking back her hands and covering her face in embarrassment. Yang Kai stared up at her, hot breath leaking from his lips as he couldn't help swallowing hard, his breath also gradually becoming heavy. But your injury? It's not an issue, I don't know why, but this time I healed remarkably quickly, Xian interrupted, slowly undoing her robes as she charmingly whispered. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. As she whispered so, a soul-stealing picture appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Since you've decided to deliver yourself, it would be rude to refuse, Yang Kai said firmly, reaching up and tossing Xian over, pressing himself against her with great fervor. Inside the room, only the moon bore witness to what happened. But outside the house, Xianxia's face was bright red as she listened to the strange, bone-numbing voices that leaked out. After a while, she realized that eavesdropping like this was somewhat inappropriate, shook her head, and muttered indignantly, Young people really can't resist temptation. Saying so, she hurried back to her own room, blocked her ears and calmed her breathing. Although the night passed quickly, for Xianxia, whose room was next door to Yang Kai's, it couldn't have passed quick enough. All night long, the ground trembled lightly, greatly disturbing her peace of mind. Just as dawn broke, the movement next door gradually subsided and Xianxia couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Calming herself, she was about to finally get some rest, when the ground suddenly began to shake again. Still not finished? Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. She really didn't think that the pair next door had such incredible strength and endurance. But just as she thought so, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. because the shaking this time was very different from the previous one. It was of an earth-trembling level that would send soul goosebumps. Furthermore, it felt as though a dangerous presence was approaching. Xianxia's complexion immediately changed as she hastily exited her room. As Xianxia stepped out into the hall, the door next to hers also opened and Yang Kai and Yun Xian appeared as well. The former wearing a dignified expression, while the latter had a look of satisfaction on her face. Yun Xian also had a certain glow about her, like a spring flower that had just blossomed and been moistened by the early morning dew, making her appear more radiant and beautiful than before. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help feeling some admiration and awkwardness, but she knew well enough to not say anything, instead turning her attention to the distant horizon. Over there, the whole sky appeared crimson, as if someone had dyed the heavens in fresh red blood. And what's more, this stain was rapidly expanding in their direction. All of Raging Flame City was abuzz with activity as countless cultivators noticed this, set out to investigate this strange phenomenon, many of them quickly paling. What's happening? Xianxia's beautiful brow wrinkled. Something is rapidly approaching from that side. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Using his powerful divine sense, he noticed that a very dangerous and violent aura was moving towards Raging Flame City. This aura was so strong that he couldn't help his heart from racing even though it was still so far away. Just what could possess such an imposing manner? Yun Xian muttered in shock. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Inside the city lord's mansion, the sound of clothing flapped. Obviously Ji Yan had called up all the masters in the house and was rushing over to investigate. I'll go take a look, you stay here. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and then moved to catch up with Ji Yan. But Yun Xian quickly caught his wrist and firmly said, let's go together, it'll be safer that way. Yang Kai frowned but didn't argue back, allowing the two women to follow him. The three youths quickly followed behind Ji Yan's group and flew out. A moment later, all of them arrived outside the city. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered outside Raging Flame City, most of them in small groups of 3 to 5 people, while a few larger groups had upwards of 10. Everyone stood mid-air, watching the horizon, waiting to see what exactly was happening. Some of these cultivators were disciples of Bold Independent Union, but there were also many others from different sects and forces who for a variety of reasons had been staying in Raging Flame City or had noticed the incoming anomaly and had caught up. Everyone was whispering back and forth as they point towards the distant sky, guessing what this blood-red vision was, but none of them really had any idea. Amongst all those present, Ji Yan, who has a transcendent, was undoubtedly the strongest, but even his brow was furrowed as his divine sense continuously scanned the area of in front of him, trying to glean some useful intelligence. After a while, his expression suddenly changed and became dignified. City Lord Ji, what is it that's approaching? Someone asked to Ji Yan. Ji Yan shook his head and replied, I don't know, but everyone should raise their guard. If you cherish your life, your safest bet would be to leave this place immediately. Listening to the seriousness of his words, many people immediately used their movement skills to evacuate, but even more people chose to stay. In many cases, danger represented opportunity. This time, although there were many unknowns, there was also a chance they could obtain some benefits, and those who thought along those lines naturally wouldn't be scared off by Ji Yan's words. What's more, with so many people here, even if there was some danger, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible to escape. Seeing his persuasion not having much effect, Ji Yan didn't say anything more and just waited quietly. Glancing around, he suddenly noticed Yun Xian's group of 3 and quickly beckoned to them. Yun Xian smiled lightly and led Yang Kai and Xianxia over to where Ji Yan and the city's masters were. Yun girl, you're still injured. You shouldn't be out here, Ji Yan said in a concerned tone. My wounds have basically healed, but thank you for your concern, Uncle Ji. Yun Xian smiled. Good. Looking at your expression, you do seem to be much better than yesterday. Your complexion is much more radiant. Ji Yan smiled and nodded. Hee. Yun Xian giggled somewhat awkwardly. It's all thanks to Xianxu's care. Xianxia curled her lips playfully as she shot a glance towards Yang Kai. Is this a new member of your team? Ji Yan looked over Yang Kai and nodded. Not bad, young man. Follow Yun girl well. and your path should be steady. Just don't disappoint her expectations for you. Yang Kai showed neither approval nor disapproval to this advice. Yun Xian, worried Yang Kai would say something that shouldn't be said, quickly cut in and asked, "Uncle Ji, what exactly is going on?" Ji Yan turned to look at her and lowered his voice. "I don't know the exact situation, but whatever is approaching is no doubt dangerous. There's also a number of masters that seem to be following whatever is giving off this evil aura. In fact, it was because he sensed the auras of these masters that Ji Yan was still able to remain calm. If it was only the great evil aura that was approaching, Ji Yan would have already ordered the evacuation of Raging Flame City, because of the strength of this aura was far beyond his own. There are people following this person? Yun Xian was astonished. Ji Yan gently nodded. But what's most surprising is that the two sides don't seem to be fighting. The people behind seem to be waiting and observing while the owner of the evil aura in front isn't showing any signs of aggression. I really can't understand. Saying so, he couldn't help shaking his head. Yun Xian and Ruan Xian, you both looked at each other and also felt the situation was a bit weird. Yang Kai's expression was calm and composed the whole time, a fact that surprised Ji Yan a little, and secretly causing him to feel that this member of Yun Xian's team was a good seedling. At least his mental fortitude was excellent. As time passed, the blood-stained covered Raging Flame City's sky and the evil aura drew ever closer. Soon, a small black dot was appeared in people's view. "What is that?" someone exclaimed. "It looks like a person?" Everyone stared at the black spot, but it was still too far away, and the sky wasn't very bright right now, so no one could make out a clear picture of who or what was approaching. Just behind the black dot, the auras of a few dozen masters could be felt, many of whom were at the transcendent realm. Ji Yan's expression only became more and more dignified. A moment later, the black spot in the sky finally became clear, and after seeing this figure's true appearance, Ji Yan couldn't help calling out in alarm, "The coffin-carrying man?" When this name left Ji Yan's lips, he suddenly realized that the situation was much worse than he expected. Looking around, he saw many of the cultivators still gathered here show looks of excitement and leap into the sky to confront the coffin-carrying man. Yun Xian was also surprised and asked, "Uncle Ji, is that really the legendary coffin-carrying man?" Even Ruan Xian you showed a look of shock, apparently not having expected she would suddenly meet a character that existed only in legend. It should be. Ji Yan's face was currently very unsightly, a stark contrast to the surrounding cultivators. This aura, this strength, only he could possess them. I never thought the coffin-carrying man would suddenly appear here. After listening to the conversations of several people, and looking up at the coffin-carrying man in the sky, Yang Kai quickly realized why he had such a strange name, because on his back he was actually carrying a coffin, a huge red coffin. A thick demonic aura that could only be given off by a powerful corpse pulsed from this coffin-carrying man. The coffin-carrying man himself had a tall and burly build, his physique several times larger than that of an ordinary man. He didn't seem to belong to the human race. He was more than 3 meters tall and his muscles were unusually thick. However, his body was covered in welts and sores while his facial features were all distorted, giving him a terrifying appearance. From the openings in his mouth, one could also see sharp, jagged fangs arranged in a crooked pattern. His movements appeared very slow, and every step he took seemed to take an incredibly long time to complete, but each of his steps seemed to contain some kind of extremely profound law, so despite his slow movements, his actual speed was extremely fast. Yang Kai carefully observed the coffin-carrying man's steps, but after only a few breaths, he became incredibly dizzy. Ji Yan quickly shouted, "Don't try to comprehend his martial Tao. It's not something you can understand." Yang Kai hurriedly took back his gaze and nodded slightly. Turning around, he quietly asked Yun Xian, "Is this coffin-carrying man very famous?" Yun Xian glanced at him blankly and suddenly remembered that this Yang Kai seemed to have very little understanding of the world's common sense and began explaining carefully. "He is a legendary existence and his name has spread across almost all of Tongxian. No one knows what his background is or why he carries that blood-red coffin. It's only because of his image that the common people began calling him coffin-carrying man. This is also my first time seeing him, but I heard that every 10 years the coffin-carrying man would appear, and every time he appears he does so in a different place. He has left his mark on every corner of the Tongxian. However, since he is the one who has come, there's no need to worry too much. Why? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Because even though the coffin-carrying man has tyrannical strength and a terrifying aura, he never attacks people on his own initiative. He never attacks others? Yang Kai was surprised. And it's very strange. I don't know what kind of rules bind him, but no one has ever seen him attack others. Not only that, but whenever the coffin-carrying man appears, he brings those around him some unexpected benefits. What kind of benefits? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The coffin-carrying man will choose to stop somewhere at will, and once he stops, if people compel him, he will throw out a lot of artifacts, martial skills, secret arts, and pills. All of the cultivators you see gathered around him are waiting to acquire those things. Outside Raging Flame City, the coffin-carrying man quickly approached, followed soon after by several dozen powerful masters. All of Raging Flame City's cultivators were now outside the city's walls waiting to see this legendary existence. When Yang Kai heard Yun Xian's remarks about the coffin-carrying man, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. Why would he do something like that? Probably as compensation, Ji Yan said in a forlorn tone. Compensation? Compensation for what? Yang Kai raised his eyes. Compensation for the devastation he brings to the place he stops at. Ji Yan took a deep breath, a deep look of anxiety and worry on his face. The place where the coffin-carrying man finally chooses to stop always becomes a wasteland with a radius of over 100 kilometers, and for the next 10 years, nothing will grow there. Yang Kai was shocked. Ji Yan rubbed his forehead. I hope he just passes by and doesn't decide to stop near Raging Flame City. If the coffin-carrying man were to stop so close to Raging Flame City, then everything around here would be destroyed. Yang Kai finally understood why only Ji Yan was gloomy while all the other cultivators nearby had excited looks. Because he was the city lord of Raging Flame City. Naturally, he didn't want to see the region he was charged with protecting get destroyed. As the two of them were talking, someone suddenly called out, He stopped! He stopped! Ji Yan noticeably trembled and his expression became ashen. The matter Ji Yan was most worried about had actually come true. No one knew what remote place the coffin-carrying man had come from or where he was going, but for now, he had decided to stop near Raging Flame City. The disciples of Bold Independent Union next to Ji Yan also had ugly expressions. Uncle Ji! Yun Xian called out gently. Ji Yan stared at the coffin-carrying man in front of him and didn't immediately respond. A look of struggle and hesitation filling his face for a while before he finally let out a long sigh and muttered, Go back to the city and inform all the citizens to immediately evacuate, taking only their most valuable possessions. Quickly, City Lord. Go now before it's too late. I'll try to delay things here for a while. Saying so, Ji Yan flew out towards the group of masters gathered behind the coffin-carrying man. Yun Xian also had a bitter and helpless expression. Since the coffin-carrying man has stopped here, it meant that very soon, Raging Flame City would become a dead zone, which was a huge loss to Bold Independent Union. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still carefully observing this coffin-carrying man and the blood-red coffin on his back. Though his divine senses probing, he quickly noticed a large amount of death chi and corpse chi emanating from this person, and the numerous wounds he had suffered appeared to be quite old. Most noticeable of all was he had no aura of life. In other words, he should have died long ago. However, the tremendous power hidden within him was enough to make anyone fearful. As Ji Yan flew toward the few dozen masters, the coffin-carrying man slowly surveyed his surroundings with a dull expression. Then, seemingly satisfied with the location he had chosen, suddenly fell straight down. Honk! The earth trembled violently and spiderweb-like cracks spread out from the point of impact. The coffin-carrying man quietly squatted for a moment, motionless, his eyes closed shut. Many cultivators were stunned while others wore greedy looks on their faces, secretly circulating their true chi. But deterred by strength of the masters who had followed the coffin-carrying man here, no one dared to rush in. Ji Yan had already met these several tens of people and seemed to know quite a few of them. quickly exchanging greetings with them. "Who are those people?" Xianxia asked. "They are masters from some of the nearby forces. Suqi of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Second Order Transcendent, Zhuixing of Profound Heaven Alliance, Third Order Transcendent, Yao Di of War Spirit Temple, Third Order Transcendent." Yunxian used her eyes to point out several of the most powerful people from this group. "I don't know who the others are, but since they can appear together with these people, they're definitely not nameless individuals." Yunxian gently inhaled. "They should all have gotten word about the coffin-carrying man appearing here and quickly came to investigate. Are they also interested in the compensation given out by the coffin-carrying man?" Xianxia was amazed. There were several third-order transcendent masters amongst this group of people. Xianxia couldn't imagine why they would care about such small profits. They aren't interested in the compensation the coffin-carrying man hands out. But the coffin-carrying man himself is a huge mystery. There are many people who want to uncover the mysteries of the coffin-carrying man. Xianxia nodded lightly, somewhat understanding. Ji Yen was still respectfully discussing things with this group of masters. Although he was the city lord of Raging Flame City, which was under Bold Independent Union's protection, he was still just a first-order transcendent. In front of these masters, he still needed to act slightly cautious. After talking for a long time, Zhuixing of Profound Heaven Alliance finally nodded. "Since that's the case, we will wait for an hour. I trust City Lord Ji will also hurry." Yao Di of War Spirit Temple also nodded. "The heavens are just. Naturally, we won't act too unscrupulously. City Lord Ji can rest assured." "Many thanks." Ji Yen gratefully cupped his fists, quickly turning around and flying back to the city to make the appropriate arrangements. Many cultivators lived or resided in Raging Flame City, and most of them did not have very high strength. Once things got started here, none of these weaker cultivators would be able to escape. For the ones who said they were willing to leave, there was nothing more to be said. As for those who refused, there was nothing Ji Yen could do. Although he was a city lord, he couldn't order around the cultivators that didn't belong to Bold Independent Union. An hour soon passed. With the coffin-carrying man at its center, a multi-layer encirclement had formed, everyone staring greedily towards the tall, absent-minded figure, as if he was some rare and valuable treasure. Ji Yen returned from the city with a heavy heart, and upon seeing this situation, he couldn't help sighing helplessly and shaking his head. He had done everything he could do. The people who were still here would definitely not leave, so Ji Yen no longer tried to convince them. "Yun girl, don't stray too far from me. Although the coffin-carrying man will not take the initiative to attack people, that doesn't mean there won't be danger." Ji Yen sternly warned Yunxian. From amongst the surrounding masters, Zhuixing suddenly stepped forward, glanced around at the people eyeing the coffin-carrying man, and called out, "All of you have heard the legend of coffin-carrying man, right? Haha. Today a rare opportunity has appeared. If you all don't seize the chance in front of you, then we old masters will take the lead." Zhuixing of the Profound Heaven Alliances called out to goad the other cultivators into action. Although most of them knew he didn't have any good intentions, when they thought about the legends regarding the coffin-carrying man, many of them still couldn't restrain themselves and began using their martial skills and artifacts to attack. More than a dozen brilliant rays of light shot out towards the dull-faced coffin-carrying man. Each of these attacks was a full-force blow from an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but when they reached their target, they were like stones being tossed into the sea. Only some slight ripples appeared in the air around the coffin-carrying man before stillness returned. The coffin-carrying man also showed absolutely no reaction. His body didn't have a single new wound and his eyes were still closed. The dozen or so people who participated in this first wave of attacks hurriedly took a few steps back, but after waiting for a long time and still not seeing any reaction from the coffin-carrying man, they all became overjoyed and realized that the rumors they had heard were true. No matter how others attacked, the coffin-carrying man would not fight back. Another series of attacks were launched, and they quickly enveloped the unusually strong coffin-carrying man Hong Hong Hong. With a series of fierce explosions, the earth was torn apart and the region around the coffin-carrying man was instantly fragmented. Chaotic energy that contained an unimaginable destructive power swirled about randomly. Yet through everything, the coffin-carrying man still showed no signs of movement. Soon, all the cultivators who had gathered round were attacking. Finally, the coffin-carrying man slowly opened his eyes, a visible stream of steam spewing out of his nostrils as he appeared to gasp heavily. As he gasped, it seemed as though the entire world around him pulsed. Everyone who was attacking couldn't help slowing down their offensive, fearing that the coffin-carrying man would suddenly begin to fight back. Fortunately, even after receiving so many attacks, the coffin-carrying man still showed no signs of fight back, just standing there, a dazed look upon his face as he blankly scanned the crowd around him, seemingly unable to understand the situation he was in. It wasn't until now that Xianxia realized just how terrifying the coffin-carrying man was. "He's a Saint Realm Master?" Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. Xianxia's eyes shrank. A Saint Realm Master had actually fallen into such a pitiful state. Just what had happened to him? Life really is filled with unexpected events. Why are those people still not acting? Xianxia asked, turning her eyes to the people from Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and Profound Heaven Alliance. "They're waiting," Jian sighed. "Breaking through the defense of a saint requires a lot of effort. Now that they had so many free helpers, obviously they are more than happy to sit back and watch. However, they should begin soon." As Jian said this, the several dozen masters who had followed the coffin-carrying man here finally took action. Yao Di of War Spirit Temple, who had been watching for a while, muttered, "And we should also contribute, or else when others who heard about his appearance show up, we won't be able to control the situation anymore." "Agreed." Su Qi nodded lightly. "The sooner we start, the sooner we can finish and head home. We've been following him for almost a month now and my old bone's starting to get a bit tired." "Good. Let's begin." Zhuixing nodded. The three powerhouses quickly reached an agreement, so naturally the others around them didn't raise any objections. Each of them quickly summoning their artifacts and pushing their true qi. An overwhelming aura welled up from this group as many powerful artifacts and martial skills fell like meteors onto the coffin-carrying man. This storm of attacks was far more devastating compared to the hodgepodge offensive that had been occurring up till now. Hong long long. The earth cracked open and everything within a several-kilometer radius trembled violently. This kind of offensive finally caused some changes to the coffin-carrying man. A number of fresh wounds appeared and the old sores and welts on his skin began to pop and split, releasing a green gas from his body. When these gases appeared, everyone in the surroundings suddenly smelled the scent of death. Salala. Wherever this green gas passed, the earth became lifeless and was instantly dyed a putrid shade of green. Moreover, this gas spread at an extremely fast rate, almost like an explosion. Some of the relatively close cultivators did not have time to dodge and were directly swallowed by this cloud of gas, and before they could even scream, they were reduced to pools of mush, even their bones dissolving into liquid. After this group of transcendent realm masters began attacking, in less than 3 breaths, more than a dozen unlucky cultivators were killed, either by the green gas or fallout from the battle. And as the attack intensity of everyone increased, the amount of green gas emitted from the coffin-carrying man's body also grew, spreading faster and faster. Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another, and many cultivators began using their movement skills to retreat or dodge this poisonous cloud. Ji Yen waved his hand and wrapped up Xianxia's trio with a true qi barrier before quickly bringing them 1,000 meters away and a few dozen meters up from the battlefield. Casting a cold gaze down at the battle below, Ji Yen snorted, "Idiots! Did they really think that just because the coffin-carrying man doesn't fight back there wouldn't be any danger?" Obviously, Ji Yen had some knowledge about what happened when the coffin-carrying man appeared, but not everyone was so well informed. Su Qi, Zhuixing, and Yao Di did not cease their attack just because of the death of those cultivators. After all, the lives and deaths of those people had nothing to do with them, so they simply continued their assault, causing the green gas to spread faster and faster. Soon, with the coffin-carrying man at its center, a several-kilometer-wide area had been blanketed in green eyes. Xianxia quickly realized the cruelty of the world. For these high-level masters, as long as they achieved their goal, the lives of others were inconsequential. As more cultivators were swallowed up by the green gas and melted into puddles of flesh and blood, many chose to retreat and, like Ji Yen, flew up into the sky. Seeing their competition scatter, the group of masters became even more violent in their assault against the coffin-carrying man. Almost there, Zhuoxing stared at the coffin-carrying man down below while continuing his attack, muttering to himself in anticipation. It should be soon. Yao Di also nodded, narrowing his eyes slightly. Sure enough, the coffin-carrying man below seemed to have suffered too much damage and finally began moving. His two unusually large hands slowly lifted up, and a harsh grating voice slowly leaked from his mouth, causing everyone's ears to ring. Take it! Take it! This voice was like a helpless roar, filled with a deep sense of grief that caused people's hearts to tremble. In the sky above him, a glowing spirit array comprised of complex runes suddenly appeared. These runes were profound and mysterious, and no one here understood what they meant. But as soon as these runes appeared, the eyes of all the transcendent realm masters present flashed as they focused hard, seemingly trying to ingrain the structure of these runes into their minds so they could study them later. Then, the runes flashed, and a ripple of energy propagated through the air, quickly followed by the emergence of many strange artifacts, pills, secret arts, and martial skills. These artifacts, pills, secret arts, and martial skills appeared from the location of the spirit array's runes, which allowed the surrounding cultivators to approximate their trajectory. As soon as they saw this, the cultivators who were busily trying to escape suddenly cried out happily and pushed their movement skills even harder, chasing after these glowing treasures. These things were the coffin-carrying man's compensation for bringing destruction to the place he stopped, and although no one knew where he summoned these treasures from, everyone knew there were many good things among them. A few of these rays of light also flew towards Yang Kai's position. The disciples of Bold Independent Union all glanced towards Ji Yan, who gently nodded without a word. The disciples Bold Independent Union were immediately overjoyed and flew out to intercept these lights to see if they could get any benefits. Yang Kai remained where he was and watched indifferently, not having any interest in snatching these things, but Ruan Xianyu and Yun Xian both showed looks of interest. When faced with mysterious unknown treasures, few people could remain indifferent. The two young women having some ideas was not unreasonable. Soon, the strange treasures summoned by the coffin-carrying man were all snatched up, but under the fierce bombardment of the transcendent realm masters, the former continued mumbling the same two words while constantly summoning more items. Just like a moment ago, a bunch of shining rays of light shot out. This time, Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu did not hold back anymore, jumping out of Ji Yan's protective range and rushing towards some of these flying treasures. Yang Kai simply shook his head, releasing his divine sense and slightly constraining the treasures the two young women were after. Soon, the two women caught the unknown treasures and flew back, looks of joy upon their faces. "What did you get?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "It seems to be some kind of secret art, but I don't know if it's useful to me or not." Yun Xian raised the thing in her hand. The coffin-carrying man also tosses out many damaged and useless things. "That happens as well?" Yang Kai stunned. "And it seems that he has been hoarding these treasures for a long time, so some of them being damaged is reasonable." Yun Xian smiled lightly. As the two were talking though, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Frowning, he turned his eyes down towards the battlefield, but upon doing so his heart clenched up. Yang Kai noticed through the thick green gas, the coffin-carrying man seemed to be staring straight at him, a look of excitement seemingly flashing across his dull eyes. Everyone else also noticed the abnormality of the coffin-carrying man, and even Su Qi, Zhuoxing, and Yao Di temporarily stopped their assault. Following the eyes of coffin-carrying man, everyone was suddenly staring towards Yang Kai suspiciously. "Brother Zhou, what's going on?" Su Qi asked with a frown. "What is he staring at that little brat from Bold Independent Union? This old master isn't clear. Is there something special about him?" Zhuoxing released his divine sense and swept Yang Kai quickly before shaking his head. With this initial probe, he couldn't discover anything special about Yang Kai. In the air, all the bystanders who were hunting for treasures also realized something was wrong and turned to stare at Yang Kai. Yun Xian quietly asked, "Yang Kai, is he looking at you?" "Probably." Yang Kai nodded, a cold chill running up his spine as he answered. all of a sudden being stared at by a mysterious Saint Realm Master would unnerve anyone. Even Yang Kai was quite confused. He didn't know what he possibly could have done to attract the coffin-carrying man's attention. From the very start of this event, all he had done was use a bit of his spiritual energy. Found one? The coffin-carrying man said in the same grating voice, his somewhat decayed mouth slowly curving into a terrifying grin, revealing his jagged and irregularly shaped teeth, seemingly laughing in a silent and horrifying manner. In the next instant, the coffin-carrying man's aura changed abruptly and his knees began to bend, seemingly accumulating power into his legs. "What's he doing?" someone muttered. In all the legends, the coffin-carrying man's action had always followed a set routine, yet now he had suddenly began to make a series of inexplicable moves. "Keep your distance from me," Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. When the coffin-carrying man began to move, Yang Kai suddenly felt a tremendous sense of crisis, madly pushing his true chi and activating his movement skill, attempting to flee. So, the coffin-carrying man also shot out, like an arrow from a bow, so fast that Wuxia and the other transcendents didn't even see clearly how he moved. In the blink of an eye, the coffin-carrying man caught up with the escaping Yang Kai, grinned fiercely towards him, and lifted the giant red coffin off his back and opening it. From the blood-red coffin, an incredibly powerful suction force appeared and began pulling Yang Kai towards it. Yang Kai's face was ashen. Even though he was exerting all of his strength, he was completely incapable of resisting. Before he could even come up with another plan, Yang Kai felt the world go black and was sucked into the coffin. The coffin-carrying man placed the coffin onto his back again, and before anyone could say another word, transformed into a green streak of light and soared towards the horizon. From the time Yang Kai had shouted and tried to escape until he was captured and taken away, not even 3 breaths had passed, so when Wuxia and all the other masters finally came to their senses, the coffin-carrying man had already disappeared. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. A moment later, Xianxia let out a scream and immediately tried to use her movement skill to chase after him. Reincarnation grabbed her and shouted, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai, I know he was caught, but think for a moment. Do you even think you can catch up? Reincarnation shouted. Hearing this, Xianxia became dazed before quickly turning to look at Jiyan. Uncle Ji. However, Jiyan could only shake his head. Nearby, the other transcendents were equally stunned, and only after a long silence did Wuxia mumble, "Have any of you heard of a time when the coffin-carrying man captured someone?" Most people around him shook their heads and said that they had never heard of such an event. But Yao Di slowly and thoughtfully said, "I heard that when the coffin-carrying man appeared 10 years ago, he caught someone before vanishing." "Something like that happened?" Wuxia raised his brow. "What kind of person did he catch?" Don't know. I only heard a rumor about it." "This is too strange." Wuxia was confused and stared towards the horizon where the coffin-carrying man had disappeared, muttering under his breath, "What's so special about that kid from Bold Independent Union? We should just ask the people of Bold Independent Union." Suchi glanced over Jiyan. After thinking about it, all of them rushed over to Jiyan and began to ask about Yang Kai. Unfortunately, Jiyan knew nothing about Yang Kai, but although he was currently in a bad mood because Raging Flame City had just been destroyed, he didn't dare offend this group of people and could only turn his eyes to Yunxian and Reincarnation. Yunxian currently looked like she had lost her soul and was incapable of responding at the time, while Reincarnation didn't have a deep understanding of Yang Kai, so naturally she couldn't give them much information. This only confused everyone further. "Senior, the coffin-carrying man seizing him, what will happen to him?" Yunxian suddenly asked. Wuxia slowly shook his head. "I don't know. After all, this is the first time I've ever heard of this happening." Su Qi solemnly added. "However, even though the coffin-carrying man doesn't attack others, it's still very dangerous to be around him. The death chi and corpse chi he gives off can't be resisted by ordinary transcendents, let alone immortal Ascension cultivators. There's a good chance that kid is dead." Upon hearing these words, all the blood drained from Yunxian's face. "What's your relationship with him?" Yao Di stared at Yunxian with an inquisitive gaze. We're just friends, Xianxia said forlornly. Thinking that Yang Kai was either dead or dying at this moment, she couldn't help bursting into tears. Brothers, if it is convenient, why don't you accompany me to bold independent city where all of us can sit down and carefully discuss what just happened? Jian thought about it and sent out an invitation. Raging Flame City was ruined, so he had to go back to bold independent city to make a formal report. And these people were all masters from various nearby major forces, so using this occasion to forge some relationships with them would be good for the Union. It also just so happened that everyone wanted to understand what was so special about Yang Kai, so they readily agreed to Jian's proposal. With those words, all of them traveled to bold independent city. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally woke up, with the scene he had just encountered quickly resurfacing in his mind. Yang Kai's expression sank, and he quickly and quietly sent out his divine sense to explore his surroundings, trying to figure out what his current situation was. However, after extending a few hundred meters away, Yang Kai found that his divine sense was blocked by some kind of invisible force. Wherever he was right now, it seemed there was a barrier preventing him from snooping. Reluctantly withdrawing his divine sense, he slowly opened his eyes and an orange glow appeared before him. Yang Kai found that he was being held in a stone room, surrounded by cold stone walls, and above him, a number of egg-sized stones had been installed to provide a soft illumination. Sitting cross-legged, Yang Kai began running his healing art only to discover that he was unharmed. In fact, not only did he not have any injuries, even his true chi did not show any signs of being sealed, providing him with a minute's sense of relief. He knew that he was captured by the coffin-carrying man, but as to why a legendary Saint Realm Master had suddenly targeted him was still a mystery to Yang Kai, making it hard for him to understand his current predicament. Out of so many people, why had the coffin-carrying man caught him? From beginning to end, Yang Kai had only used a bit of his spiritual energy to help Yun Xian and Wan Xian collect a pair of treasures. Frowning in thought, Yang Kai came up with a couple of theories, but he couldn't be sure if his guesses were correct. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai steadied himself while quietly waiting. He knew that since the coffin-carrying man had not sealed his true chi, he had no ill intentions towards him and had captured him for a specific purpose. Thus, Yang Kai was certain he would sooner or later come to see him. As such, Yang Kai decided not to act rashly until he knew what was going on. Time passed slowly, and after quite a while, Yang Kai finally heard a pair of approaching footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced around calmly. Coffin Slave Senior seems to have sent another person in. Apparently, the newcomer is a skinny young man. Who knows if he has any useful skill? There's no use worrying about it. Our job is just to bring him out. In any case, I don't have any expectations. If he really is useless, when the 10-year deadline comes, he'll die and that'll be the end of it. But Senior Li seems determined to fulfill our ancestors' long-cherished wish. On the other hand, Sir Chu is actually more progressive. In fact, there's nothing wrong with staying here. Hey, don't say too much, the ears have walls. You need to be careful. If someone hears you say such things, they may tidy you up. The voices of the two men were clearly heard by Yang Kai, causing his face to become a little weird. At first he thought one of them was the coffin-carrying man, but now it seems like things weren't quite as he expected. A moment later, there was a creaking sound as the door to the stone room opened. Standing in the entranceway were two men, one tall and one short, both of them staring coldly towards Yang Kai. Taking note of their auras, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Yang Kai found that the auras given off by these two were very different from any he had ever encountered before. They were slightly gloomy and cold and had an evil and violent air to them. If he had to make a comparison, their auras were somewhat like old demons or his own after he used his devil transformation, but significantly thinner. Demonic chi, Yang Kai thought to himself. Looking at these two's appearances, they did seem a bit different from ordinary people. Their flat noses and narrow eyes gave them a sinister impression, and there were a couple of strange lines seemingly tattooed onto their faces. Seeing these lines, Yang Kai's expression became even more confused, because when he activated his devil transformation, he too would be covered in such black tattoos, and Yang Kai clearly knew that these tattoos contained enormous energy. While such thoughts raced through his mind, Yang Kai maintained his composure and simply stared back at these two quietly. "Woken up?" The taller man chuckled. "Good. Since you're awake, get up and come with us. Our Lord wants to see you." Yang Kai frowned but did not object. These two men were only at the 4th stage of the Immortal Ascension boundary, so with Yang Kai's current strength, if he wanted to kill them, it wouldn't require any effort, but Yang Kai did not intend to do anything rash until he understood his current situation. The two men performed their duties strictly, one of them leading the way while the other bringing up the rear to ensure that Yang Kai, who stood between them, did not try to pull any stunts. As they walked, Yang Kai secretly investigated his surroundings. Once he exited the stone room after walking down a short hallway, Yang Kai and the two men climbed a long set of stairs. Apparently he had been held underground until now. After a long time, the trio exited the stairwell and set foot onto the surface. When he finally came out, Yang Kai glanced around and couldn't stop his eyes from narrowing slightly, because he discovered that the scenery here was somewhat familiar to him. Although it appeared to be night time, there were no stars or moon in the sky, only a dark swirling chaos. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment. In his life, he's seen such a place twice before. Once was when he entered the Inheritance Heaven's cave near High Heaven Pavilion, and the second time was when Ling Tai Su sent him into the isolated world inside Nether Mountain. Both times he had entered such isolated worlds. The scenery was too similar to the one in front of him now. In that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt like he had returned to the Inheritance Heaven's cave or the isolated world in Nether Mountain, causing his expression to drop slightly. "What are you stopping here for? Keep moving!" The man behind him shouted somewhat impatiently. Yang Kai's brow frowned as he regained his composure and glanced around, quickly discovering that not far away there were many men and women who were staring at him curiously, pointing at him and whispering amongst themselves. These men and women, no matter who they were, all had similar dark tattoos on their exposed skin. Who are these people? Yang Kai wondered to himself. Not losing his temper, Yang Kai once again started walking, quietly examining the crowds around him just as they examined him. Soon, escorted by the tall and short man, Yang Kai entered a spacious hall inside a grand building. Yang Kai noticed that the architectural style of this building, whether it was the interior or exterior, was somewhat different from what he was used to, seemingly somewhat bolder and more aggressive. Inside the hall, there were a number of huge columns with intricate fierce images carved on their surfaces. Sitting on the highest seat in the middle of that hall was a beautiful woman wearing an elegant dress. Her style was excellent and her demeanor was dignified while her aura was temperate. Although her body seemed tender and delicate, Yang Kai instinctively felt it contained a terrifying power that made him feel quite nervous. To either side of this woman were a number of other people who were quietly standing at attention while silently examining him. When Yang Kai walked in, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up slightly. Even the enchanting eyes of the beautiful woman at the head of the hall seemed to flash a trace of anticipation. Yang Kai was secretly quite puzzled because in this hall, he didn't see the coffin-carrying man, which was very different from what he had expected. He had thought that the Lord the two men who brought him here were talking about was the coffin-carrying man. So when the one who appeared before him was a beautiful, mature, noble woman, he couldn't help feeling surprised. Also, Yang Kai noticed that no one in this hall had the characteristic black tattoos all the other people he had seen in this place so far had. Standing beside the beautiful, mature woman was a young, delicate girl who wore a long yellow dress. This young girl had a simply beauty about her, and upon seeing Yang Kai, her pair of sapphire-like eyes stared deeply at him as she whispered to the woman sitting beside her, "Mistress, this is the one coffin slave senior brought in this time." The mature beauty gently nodded, her red lips moving slightly. "It's been hard on him. Did coffin slave senior receive any injuries this time?" The tone of her voice, similar to how she appeared, was gentle yet dignified. It seemed like her personality was quite temperate. The young girl shook her head in response. "It's just some minor skin trauma. Those human race people are so hateful. Just because it's inconvenient for Coffin Slave Senior to fight back, they arrogantly attack him. If not, Coffin Slave Senior could easily kill all of them. We've forced a great deal of hardship onto Coffin Slave Senior. The beautiful woman sighed slightly. The people around her also shook their heads solemnly, seemingly quite distressed about this matter. The mature beauty quickly composed herself and then turned her attention to Yang Kai, gently asking him, "Human, what is your name?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, although he didn't quite understand what was happening. Through what he had just heard and observed, he quickly realized that the people gathered here weren't members of the human race. His brow rising slightly as he hesitantly asked, "Demon race. Only people from the demon race or monster race would call someone human when speaking to them. Moreover, from these people's bodies, Yang Kai could feel traces of demonic qi which was quite different from human true qi." The mature, beautiful woman's face flashed a bit of surprise, seemingly not having anticipated that this young man in front of her had so quickly seen through their identity, and even after knowing who they were didn't show any signs of panic. In the past, when Coffin Slave Senior sent some people into this domain, all of them had either pleaded for mercy, cried miserably, or tried to fight back against them. There had never been a case where they had remained so calm and indifferent like this young boy. "You really are from the demon race." Seeing the reactions of these people, Yang Kai confirmed his hypothesis. "Is this place inside the demon land? For what reason did you capture me?" "Impudence!" The young girl couldn't help shouting as she glared angrily towards Yang Kai. "Respond to my mistress' question and don't ask any unnecessary questions. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll pull out your tongue." However, to this threat, Yang Kai just chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" The young girl shouted even more angrily. "You think I'm just trying to frighten you?" Yang Kai nodded gently. "You? Good." The mature beauty raised her hand and stopped the young girl from shouting any further, turning an interested look towards Yang Kai as she asked, "You're not afraid at all?" Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders. "Why did you think Guaner was just trying to scare you?" "It was obvious," Yang Kai snickered. "You caught me but didn't injure me or seal my true qi or divine sense, and when I arrived here, many of you showed expectant looks. I don't know what it is you all want from me, but I do know you need me for something. Therefore, since you want my help, you definitely won't hurt me before even asking." Inside the hall, many people suddenly laughed. The young girl named Guaner also couldn't help staring at Yang Kai somewhat dumbfounded. Showing an elegant smile, the beautiful woman at the head of the hall nodded. The human race's reputation for cunning is really well-deserved. Not knowing if this comment was meant as praise or disdain, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly uncomfortable. The beautiful woman's words sounded like appreciation but were in fact meant as a form of irony. So Yang Kai responded in kind. "The human race's deceitfulness is only as well-deserved as the demon race's brutal fierceness. It seems your courage is not small." The beautiful woman smiled helplessly. "Forget it. There's no need to haggle of such trivial things. It's easier to deal with smart people rather than idiots anyways." "Good. Since you're so smart, do you have any guesses as to what we need your help with? That's the part I've been trying to figure out." Yang Kai shook his head and replied honestly, "I don't know what it is about me that you took so much liking to that you actually let a Saint Realm Master bring me here. If it's convenient, could you explain it to me?" Seeing Yang Kai speak in such a confident and relaxed manner, the beautiful woman's interest in him became even stronger. Deeply staring at Yang Kai for a while, the beautiful woman sat back in her seat and nodded gently. Beside her, another beautiful woman with an icy temperament began explaining. "Your spiritual energy is different from ordinary people's. That's what drew our attention." "Sure enough." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yang Kai already had some guesses about this, because only after he used his spiritual energy did the coffin-carrying man begin paying attention to him. "Do you have a conflagrated knowledge, see?" Another old man with a long white beard asked. "If you don't have a conflagrated knowledge, see, Coffin Slave Senior would never have sent you into this place." At this point, denial was useless, so Yang Kai just nodded calmly. "Yes, I have a conflagrated knowledge, see." Seeing him openly admit this, everyone in the hall showed some surprise. The mature Beatify even staring towards Yang Kai with a look of anticipation as she asked, "Could you display your complete spiritual energy strength so we can see how much potential you have?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before nodding. Fine, but I still have some questions. I can answer them for you. The mature beauty readily nodded. Deal. Yang Kai grinned and immediately released his spiritual energy. In an instant, the entire blisteringly hot, as if it had been transformed into the inside of an active volcano. Feeling this, the mature beauty showed a look of shock. She hadn't thought that Yang Kai's spiritual energy would be so powerful and quickly had to use her own spiritual energy to protect the young girl beside her to prevent her from being affected. The icy woman and the old man also quickly reacted, using various means to protect the hall and the other people inside it. After unleashing his full power for just a moment, Yang Kai quickly took back his divine sense. The mature beauty, the cold woman, and the old man stared at him excitedly, like they had just seen a wondrous treasure. How unexpected! Your divine sense is far more powerful than your cultivation would suggest. Did you encounter some rare opportunity? The beautiful woman speculated. It was impossible under normal circumstances for a youth at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage to possess such potent spiritual energy. Only a rare fortuitous encounter could explain this. That's my business? Yang Kai smiled faintly. Can you answer my questions now? The mature beauty smiled slyly. I can only tell you that we have no malicious intentions towards you. Not only that, but we assist you in your cultivation. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he angrily asked, You lied to me? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and giggled. Deceiving others is a trick we learned from you humans. I'll remember you. Yang Kai no longer said anything and just stared back at the mature beauty coldly. As he said these words, though, a very violent and cruel aura suddenly appeared and rapidly approached the hall. Everyone inside the hall frowned, and even the mature beauty couldn't help showing a helpless expression, as if she was not looking forward to seeing this newcomer. Soon, a burly man with a thick chest, wearing only a pair of leather pants on his lower body, arrogantly strolled into the hall. He had a prideful look upon his face and his body exuded a thick, malevolent aura. The first thing this newcomer did upon entering the hall was glance coldly towards Yang Kai before letting out a sneer and asking, This is the human that Coffin Slave Sr. sent in this time? He looks weaker than the last one. What use is such a waste? Chu Jian, show some respect. The old man shouted angrily. The man named Chu Jian shot the old man a gloomy look before half-heartedly cupping his fist and bowing towards the beautiful woman at the head of the hall. Greetings, Senior Li. The mature beauty nodded lightly, her expression indifferent as she responded in a composed tone. Get up and take your seat. There's no need. Chu Jian waved his hand. I just heard that Coffin Slave Sr. sent in another person, so I decided to make a trip here to evaluate his worth. But now that I've seen him, I must say I am greatly disappointed. Senior Li, such a little brat, it's better if we just kill him directly. Death ends all troubles, that way we can avoid giving our people false hope for the next 10 years and wasting so many precious resources. Sometimes the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Don't tell me, after failing so many times, Senior Li still hasn't learned such a simple truth. Chu Jian, lately you've been acting more and more rude. Have you forgotten the rules set down by our ancestors? The old man roared furiously as he openly began gathering his strength. Chu Jian's aura also became dangerous as he snorted and shot back. I'm just telling the truth. Our clan's fate should not be handed over to an unknown human race brat. Even without borrowing some outsider's help, I will lead our clan and break free from this cage. Senior Li, what do you say? The beautiful woman's brow twitched imperceptibly, but still barely managed to maintain her calm smile. It heartens me to hear that Sir Chu Jian has such strong feelings towards our clan. It is truly a blessing for our people. Then I look forward to the day when Sir Chu Jian can achieve such a result and fulfill our ancestors' long-cherished wish. Chu Jian grinned meaningfully, shot a dismissive glance towards Yang Kai, and muttered, Human race brat, you best be careful. You're not in the outside world anymore. In this place, who knows when your life might be in danger. Saying so, Chu Jian turned around and left. The faces of everyone in the hall were quite ugly. Yang Kai's thoughts turned quickly and sorted through the information this situation had provided him. It seemed like, because of Chu Jian's rude visit, the people in the hall no longer had any interest in continuing the current conversation. The mature beauty waving her hand somewhat helplessly. "Guaner, take him to rest." "Yes." The young girl made a polite gesture before leaving the beautiful woman's side and motioning to Yang Kai. "Come with me." Yang Kai said nothing and calmly followed her. After Yang Kai left, the old man let out a deep sigh. "Senior Li, Chu Jian's attitude is becoming more and more rampant. We should act now to solve this problem. Allowing him to continue like this will inevitably lead to trouble." The mature beauty showed a look of hesitation but eventually did not answer. Seeing this, the icy woman also added, "Mistress, the more benevolent you are to him, the more arrogant Chu Jian will become. We should teach him a lesson now so he knows his place." "I'll take your advice under consideration." The mature beauty smiled bitterly. "There aren't many of our clan left. If we really start something with Chu Jian, I'm afraid. Both of you go back for now. After I've thought things through, I'll send someone to notify you." "N." The icy woman and the old man gently nodded. Both of them knew that this beautiful woman hated the idea of causing civil unrest which could lead to the loss of their clansmen's lives, causing both of them to feel even more resentful towards Chu Jian. Over the years, as Chu Jian's strength and influence had grown and he had started to have some improper ambitions. Accompanied by the pretty young Guaner, Yang Kai strolled through the stone city, occasionally bumping into one or two demons along the way. As they walked, though, Guaner kept muttering to herself, seemingly cursing under her breath. Seeing this, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "That Chu Jian doesn't seem to put your mistress in his eyes, does he?" "That bastard," Guaner angrily cursed. "He thinks he's so great. All he is a greedy wolf who wants to snatch power. If it weren't for Mistress Tolerant Heart, I don't know how many times he would have died by now." "N. A woman's benevolence can sometimes lead to trouble." Yang Kai agreed. "You're not allowed to speak ill of Mistress. Mistress is the world's gentlest woman." Guaner turned back and glared at Yang Kai. "Good. I won't say any more." Yang Kai raised his hands. "But can you tell me now? Where's this place? You're all capturing me. What exactly do you want me to do?" Guaner smiled brightly and giggled. "Before Mistress allows me to, I won't tell you anything. Although your human race is sinister and conniving, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Do you think I don't know you're trying to casually pry information from me?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "However, you can rest assured that we really will not harm you. On the contrary, as Mistress Aide, we will help train you, and if you can accomplish the task Mistress has for you, you will gain a lot of benefits." "You mentioned you'd train me before, but in what?" Yang Kai asked. "What matter do you need me to do that requires my conflagrated knowledge? See?" However, to Yang Kai's questions, Guaner didn't say any more, firmly sealing her lips. Not long after, upon bringing Yang Kai to a stone chamber, Guaner said, "Go inside. From now on, this place will be your residence. You don't need to worry about anything for now. We'll prepare everything you require. And although no one will be monitoring your movements, don't even think about trying to escape. There's nowhere you can run. This place is a sealed space. There's no way out." Yang Kai stared at her indignantly. Guaner grinned back. "It's useless to glare at me. I'm just carrying out Mistress' commands." "Good. I'll see you tomorrow." In this way, Yang Kai was pushed into the stone room, and after she closed the door, Guaner simply walked away. After she left, Yang Kai reached out and tried opening the stone door and found that he really could open it and that there truly was no one was around watching him. However, in this kind of sealed world, where he was completely unfamiliar with the terrain, Yang Kai knew there was basically no hope for him to escape. He also determined that no matter where he fled, the beautiful woman he had just met with could easily capture him and bring him back. Accepting his current reality, Yang Kai's state of mind quickly became tranquil. Closing the stone door, he turned around and started exploring his new home. From a quickly glance around, Yang Kai discovered that this place was actually quite spacious and was even larger than Grand Hall he had just been in. There was also a distinct medicinal fragrance that lingered inside the room. In one corner of the room, there were several large and small medicinal cauldrons. The biggest of these was as large as a water tank, while the smallest was only slightly bigger than his palm. On the ground nearby, there was a large pile of burnt materials that were the result of failed pills. Yang Kai frowned. This room seemed to be an alchemist's residence. Examining the cauldrons, Yang Kai discovered that each of them was actually a pill furnace used to perform alchemy. In another corner, Yang Kai found a long table piled high with what seemed to be a mix of ancient books and handwritten notes.